Good morning everybody and welcome to Trent Bridge Live, and today for the final day in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, and it's a day where Yorkshire still trail by 73 runs. They are currently on 414 for 6 in their first innings, so that should tell you kind of the cricket that we've had over the past 3 days. But let's remind you of everything that happened on day 3 with the day 3 highlights.
Two to come in the over. Short ball pulled by Finlay Bean. He'll be happy with a few of those this morning if he gets them, because that's gone for 4 through mid-wicket and takes him to 90.
Abbas in again. Nice stuff here from Bean. He goes from 93 to... just see if it goes to the rope. I expect it to. Yeah, Dylan Pennington almost in the end was escorting it over the rope. Not there.
Around the wicket now is Patterson White, and he's got the wicket. Well, he's earned that. Threatened Moriarty and finally found the outside edge.
Farhan Ahmed then to bowl to Finlay, and this could be it. He's got plenty on that down through third man. The boundary comes, the century comes. 5-star Finlay, a first century for a year and a day.
And pulled it away through square leg for 4.
He's nearly there. He's 11 not out.
Abbas to Johnny Bairstow, and that will be 4 runs.
It's maybe the last ball before lunch to bring an end to this madness, as Bean drops it on the leg side. Linda James has grabbed the ball, not seemed keen on getting another over in.
Certainly that. McCann in from the Radcliffe Road end, and slightly short of a length that allows Bairstow to, with this McCann turning the arm over. That one's short again, and Bean pulls it away. Similar position, a loftier shot this time, but another 4 runs onto the score.
First innings.
Yes, it does. Very, very small lettering as Bean pushes this. Oh, and it's been kicked for 4. You don't often see at the bottom. Pennington bowls. Bean fancies his tally up to a gross now, 144.
Played himself in just about now, and that's a beautiful drive wide of Mo Abbas at mid-off, and will make the boundary. Lovely timing from Finlay. If you want, if it was painted yellow, but fortunately there was no yellow beneath my feet. As Bean turns one through mid-wicket, and there we go. Another half century on top of the 6th first-class century he put on the board earlier today. 2 runs takes him to 151, I think it should be.
It's Patterson White. Cries of LBW, and he's got Johnny Bairstow trapped.
Onto the fence, and Revis will get this through the offside. He was just a little too short from Liam Patterson White.
In the over, Abbas around the wicket. Lovely shot. Beautiful shot by Finlay Bean. This time he leans on it. There's a yelp from Jack Haynes, who's positioned for a catch on the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Matthew Revis, who strikes one into terra firma.
Comes in again, number 22. Bowling to Bean, who hits it down the ground, and they're just checking. No, it's gone for 6. So glorious stroke. There's a lot of disappointment out there, wasn't there?
10 from 71. He backs away and he cuts that one firmly through the covers, and that will run away for 4 runs.
Sticks up the left knee, and he comes. Revis gets that ball away for 4. Through square cover. He's slowing up just before he gets to the rope. Either that or a dancer.
Start of a new over, and this is cut away by Revis for 4.
6 fielders all on the 1 in the offside, plus a slip. And there it is. Finlay Bean has turned it to mid-wicket. Mo Abbas can't prevent the single, and for the first time in his first-class career, Finlay Bean, fabulous. 373 for 5 as Lyndon James goes short, and Finlay Bean goes bang through the onside for 4 runs, wide of mid-on.
And Revis drives that one down the ground. It goes past a right reached out palm of McCann, and then there's a long chase that is unsuccessful in the end.
Goes through his routine, tosses this one up, and Finlay Bean, he's going to move past Johnny Bairstow then into 3rd place in the all-time.
Still another day to go in this one for Farhan Ahmed bowls. Revis will get his half century, very well battered. A real show of defiance and patience and also support.
Sun shining here at Trent Bridge, and a leg side delivery with a bit of spin, and that is the end of Finley Bean.
So that was a taste of the action on day 3 there for you, and obviously congratulations to Finley Bean from Yorkshire, 224. He was out there for a very long time over the 2 days, and a great knock from him, and rightly so. The Notts lads shook his hand obviously as he left the field. 224, many congratulations to him. So as I said at the start, obviously Yorkshire still trail by 73 runs here on day 4. It does look like the match is obviously heading towards a draw between the two teams, but I suppose you never know what might happen this morning. But it does kind of feel that we are heading towards a draw and maybe a shake of hands between the captains. But in the Division 1 of the County Championship, one result has already been in, and that is Surrey won against Worcestershire. They won by 9 wickets. So if we show you an updated table in Division 1, you'll see that they've leapfrogged Notts at the top, but obviously this game is still in place. So just to update you on the bonus points from this game, it's 4 for Notts and 4 for Yorkshire, so they'll be going into the bank, and then it's all about what happens with the rest of the game. So it's 8 points for a draw in the County Championship, and as I say, it does feel that that is what we are heading to. So it will be 12 points for both teams, which means that Notts will take top spot once again at the end of this round of fixtures. So it's very tight there at the top, obviously, in Division 1, but hey ho, it's all about today and day 4 in this clash between Notts and Yorkshire. Now the players are making their way down the steps slowly. The umpires have just come out of their dressing room, so I'm going to hand you over to the two men that will talk you through day 4, and I think they're excited. They've got some riddles to solve, so it's time for me to hand over to Jonathan Doidge and Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge for day 4 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. Lovely bright morning here. There's been some really lovely weather patterns over the last 24 hours. Went in with a little bit of a savannah sunset last night, but this morning the clouds are high, a little bit of blue sky, and we await to see what will happen on this final day. If you've been watching the live stream, the picture stream this morning, Aaron Lord setting the day up beautifully on Trent Bridge Live, saying it's a match that's almost certain to be condemned to a draw. That's what I guess the very short odds would be in favour of, but you just never know with the County Championship. So a very good morning. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. We're well represented from north of the border here from BBC Radio Leeds. Jamie Rayner's managed to make it all the way down the motorway this morning to be here in time, and it's also a very good morning to Jonathan Doidge.
Good morning, Girdler. Yeah, morning, Jamie, as well. First time we've been able to say that at this time of day.
Nice to be here before the start of play.
I've won my challenge.
That one up as well, isn't he? Keep that one just for the boss. That's nice to repeat it for days 1, 2 and 3.
You may have noticed a couple of strange words in there. I've just won my challenge. You get Savannah Sunset into your intro of the morning. So there we are.
Well played.
I managed a slow-cooked bean last night on my end-of-day report back to Radio Leeds. But Savannah Sunset, no. Well done you. Anybody's got any suggestions about what we want to talk about today? Because I think we know what's going on between now and around about 4:45. Then by all means shout up. You know the usual addresses, including Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
I did think actually it was one of those My Little Ponies Savannah Sunset, but this is how sad my morning's been, or my last few minutes. Sunset Shimmer was one of the My Little Ponies, but I thought there was a sunset in there somewhere. Anyway, we digress as we often do.
I think your childhood and mine were slightly different. It was Action Men.
No, it's Subbuteo with me, but I did.
Yeah,
or I have got daughters, so There we are. Liam Patterson-White's going to open the bowling. The two not out batters. Matthew Revis, 54 not out, played beautifully yesterday. Nice patient knock from him. George Hill in just before the close. He's 4 not out. So Yorkshire trail by 73. I guess one of the options we could have had this morning was that Yorkshire decided to declare and just see if they can put a bit of pressure on Notts this morning. Who knows? You don't know what you might be able to get with the ball unless you actually do put yourself in that position. But we're underway with Liam Patterson-White bowling the first ball of the morning, and we're underway. 96 over day scheduled, and whether we get as many as that, I think is very much not even up for debate. I guess it's highly unlikely. Patterson-White bowls to George Hill, and he turns this to mid-on. There's one slip. Freddie McCann has taken 3 catches in this Yorkshire innings. Patterson-White's got 3 wickets as well, 3 for 129, and Hill again just able to prod forward without too many issues. Patterson-White in his 53rd over of the innings. Sure he'll have slept well. It's in once more, and Hill this time by way of a change chops it to backward point, fielded by Mohammed Abbas. Lots have got 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the leg, fairly traditional at the start of the day, but there's 2 in the extra cover position, Hamid in very short, and now the first run of day 4 sees Hill chop it out to number 33. Joe Clark again's brought his own kit. Well, we started on time. I think everybody expecting this one to peter out into a handshake round about 5 o'clock as a draw. Yorkshire bat on. They're 415 for 6, trailing Notts by 72. Liam Patterson-White just in progress now, bowling the opening over of the day. It remains to be seen what either side can get out of it. Yorkshire 415 for 6. And the over ends with just that single from it. Liam Patterson-White, 53 overs, 3 for 130. The last bit we heard there on the BBC Radio Nottingham News before it cut off was that the gates are open at Glastonbury.
Yeah, that was the first thing I heard when I turned the news on this morning. Fantastic, and apparently the BBC snubbing Neil Young because of some comments he made last year, and they're not going to show his headline set or something at that. I don't know. Don't normally watch it, to be fair, but I did watch a couple of spectators anxiously dashing in to make sure they got the exact seats that they wanted in this huge crowd at Trent Bridge on the final day, just while you were taking us through that last over. And just, you know, I know there's going to be some anxiety now out there in listener land, but they did manage to get those seats, so it's okay. It's fine. In the middle of the Fox Road stand.
Is it about personal milestones today? Matthew Revis is nicely positioned for 100. Liam Patterson-White will be hoping that he can convert a 3-for into a 5-for, and so on.
It probably is. I mean, if there's any thoughts of contriving something, then maybe Yorkshire might have declared and let Nottinghamshire have a bat now, whack a few around and set something up. But even, you know, then on what is essentially a placid pitch, it's very hard to imagine, unless there's some ludicrous mistakes by the batters in particular, that we're going to get anything other than a draw, as George Hill is right over the top of that and defending. Farhan Ahmed from this Radcliffe Road end, and then he comes again and bowls now low full toss, which George hits to mid-off where Lyndon James fields. I mean, George, for a start, has had a couple of 50s this year and a few scores that he might not want me to mention as well, and he's on 5 at the minute. It's a great opportunity for him to just get some time out in the middle here. So, you know, in that respect, when runs are needed in other matches this season, it could be just some useful practice, I guess. Yep. There's another dot ball there, and yeah, Matthew Revis, he's certainly not going to turn down the opportunity at having a go at a 3rd first-class ton. A fair way off that just at this moment in time. Ahmed making his way in then, past umpire Russell Warren, who's been standing at the same end for the full first 3 days, and that's a nice shot by George out through wide mid-off extra cover, and gets through for 3 to start his day off Moves his score on to 8 and Yorkshire to 418 for 6.
Yeah, the Slater floppy sun out getting an airing this morning. Ben Slater out on the boundary on the Fox Road side of the ground with the diving stop, keeping them to 3.
Saw him in the Trent Bridge Inn last night. Staggered out of the door. No, he didn't, Ben, sorry. Crawled actually out of the door. Here's Ahmed flows that one up, and George Hill and Matthew Revis, I should say, solidly behind it. No, he didn't. I'll scotch all those rumours.
If you had seen him, he'll have been miffed he didn't get an over, and Asiba Mead, the captain, did.
He did. He came over and shook hands and had a quick word, and I can honestly report that he did leave the premises without aid from anybody as Revis goes back foot and pushes back to the bowler.
What about you?
There's no run. I'm not sure I did.
418 for 6. Traffic report this morning, Jamie?
Steady, which was welcome, I've got to say. I took the M1 today instead of the A1 route into Nottingham, which seemed to be more beneficial.
I'd stick to sports presenting if I were you, because you're never going to make a weather presenter on the back of the strength of what you just said. Come on.
What about a travel presenter?
We need to know the exact roads and where the roadworks are.
I don't know what's that got to do with the weather?
There's LPW, Liam Patterson White, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls to George Hill, eases this into the offside. If you're with us at the moment, I would imagine you've closely followed events on days 1, 2 and 3, but if there is anybody out there that's just flown in from Uzbekistan or somewhere and not aware of what's gone on, as Hill defends way back when, very early on Sunday morning, Asiba Mead won the toss. Notts opted to bat first. They made 487. Nobody reached 3 figures. Ben Slater top scored with 96. Patterson White bowls now, and this is a push back to the bowler. Notts fielding a debutant in Ishan Kishan, who's played Test cricket for India. In fact, he's played for India in all 3 formats, international formats. He made 87 and caught Adam Lyth's first ball of the Yorkshire reply as the next ball is defended. It remains 418 for 6. So poor start for Yorkshire, but Finlay Bean, the other opener, well, he had contrasting fortunes. He batted for over 9 hours in making a career best 224. So Yorkshire comfortably have saved the follow-on and closing in on that not score as this one peters out towards a draw, you would imagine, as Hill blocks the 5th ball of the over. 418 for 6.
You can imagine Finlay saying, look, I've batted for well over a day, lads. Can I not just have a day's rest today? Come on, you just keep going out there till we get a draw.
Well, it may well be. That's a good take from Ishan Kishan, as from somewhere Liam Patterson White finds a few extra revolutions, gets the ball to bounce sharply, and Kishan, who's only a diminutive fella, takes it above his head. For the first time today, Notts are getting a little bit of a comfort break for one of their players. Mohammed Abbas has been out there for 3 overs and off he goes, and it's going to challenge me a little bit because Notts' second 11 match finished yesterday, so got some of the players we don't see all that often. It's Master Moore out there wearing number 77, who's just come on to the staff this season. I think it's the first time he's fielded for the first team, but he's out there as a very early sub for Mo Abbas.
Ahmed at the Radcliffe Road end tosses this one up and stroked away by Revis to Ben Slater in the floppy. 1 run.
Saw a replay of Johnny Bairstow's wicket yesterday, LBW, and Ishan Kishan actually really enjoyed it. On reflection, he had quite the celebration for Johnny Bairstow as he made his way off the field.
George Hill on strike, just pushing one into the offside, thinking about one, but Farn Ahmed's round to field. You want a send-off, was it? Doesn't strike me as a send-off sort of guy. I listened to him having a chat with a couple of the spectators, Nottinghamshire spectators, getting his autograph yesterday, and it sounded like quite a fun sort of...
Yeah, seems like he enjoys life.
Very, very enjoyable celebration.
Got a huge chunk of gold in his right ear.
Ahmed to Hill. Propping forward, no run.
Notts over 8 is +5, by the way. They've been out in the field for a long time now. This is the 155th over, but they've got through those overs in timely fashion, thanks to almost now 100 overs from the spinners. I guess throw in Freddie McCann, they will have bowled 100 overs with spin, won't they?
Yeah. Oh, no turn here for Farhan Ahmed, but going down and hits George Hill on the front pad. There's a sort of rhythmic nature to Farhan Ahmed. I know we've spoken about his action and his stance and all of that, and all those various different other sporting connotations. But this bit where he lifts his left knee, he sort of pushes off in rhythm off the right leg. The left knee goes up in the air, and then he proceeds to run through and bowl that one to George, who defends.
God loves a trier, and producer Kirsty is a trier. She's given us some suggested topics of conversation today. Should the cricket run a bit dry? I'll give you the first 3 after this over.
Final ball of it, and Hill defends it. She was out the back of the box actually yesterday at one point when I left, and I mean I didn't want to have to say this on air, Girdler, but she was saying, yeah, can you fly somebody else in? Yeah, Dave, he's past his best, to be fair. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, he'll do. Yeah.
Did she have her shoes on at the time? Because I saw her barefooted this morning. I just couldn't.
I couldn't
stay in the same room at the same time. It has to be said.
Okay.
She had her shoes off this morning.
You better leave now.
But she says, should the cricket run a bit dry and you run out of topics to talk to? I've got the first 3 of a number of suggested topics as Liam Patterson-White's about to begin the over. Thank goodness. Bowling to Matthew Revis, who's on 5, 419 for 6. Seba Mead's moving the field about. The first one is, you've just talked about Glastonbury, so who would each of his ultimate Glastonbury headliner be? This is pushed to backward point. There's no run, so one for you boys to think about. What's the best biscuit for tea dunking? That's more of a county cricket commentary
proper question,
topic. Yeah, your best biscuit for tea dunking. 419 for 6. Don't seem to get biscuits downstairs anymore. This is dropped on the leg side. I always used to get a nice straw basket, wicker basket type thing full of different sorts of biscuit, but I don't know. Cutbacks at Trent Bridge. Biscuits for the press seem to be a thing of the past. 419 for 6. Liam Patterson-White in his 55th over bowls to Revis, just having a little bit of difficulty getting LPW away here. And the last topic of conversation, what would make up an ideal cheese board? You can have 4 cheeses, 3 fruits, 2 chutneys or jams. Thank you, Kirsty. You've been working well already this morning. As Revis with a little push up to mid-off. Farhan Ahmed shies at the stumps. Revis might have gone then, you know, if it was a direct hit. That was a little risky, a little chancy. It was very early in the morning. Let's run a risky single type push to mid-off, and Farhan Ahmed was quickly onto it. Picked the ball up and was a whisker away from throwing down the stumps. And the next delivery, this time to George Hill, eased into the offside.
How many cheeses?
I'll come back to you after this ball, because Liam Patterson-White, he bowls his overs at sort of a Samit Patel type rate of knots, no pun intended. This is eased into the offside. 420 for 6. So there you go. A couple of suggestions. Who's your ultimate Glastonbury all-time headliner? Best biscuit for tea dunking, and what would make up your ideal cheese board? You can have 4 cheeses, 3 fruits, 2 chutneys or jams. Thank you, Kirst.
Thinking away.
There's a bit of head scratching going on here, but it doesn't work well on radio, boys. If you just scratch your head.
It just felt like a partridge in a pear tree was going on the end of that. 4 cheeses.
5 gold. Ishan Kishan earrings.
Cheeses, I'm going for Austrian smoked. Love that. A good mature cheddar too. Got to chuck in a Yorkshire one, so we'll go Wensleydale.
More cheese grommet.
As right over the top of this defensive push is Matthew Revis. Farhan Ahmed continuing at the Radcliffe Road end. 4th one.
And I don't want none of that fruit business. Fruit or chutney. Just give me a bit of nice cheese biscuit, a little knob of butter and a bit of cheese.
That's turned through mid-wicket by Revis, and they're going to pick up 2 runs here. I quite like a sort of red onion chutney or a Branston, that sort of pickle.
I'll join you on the red onion chutney, or I actually quite like a nice chili jam.
Or a bit of mango types.
Okay.
Mango.
Well, mango chutney.
Yeah, so those 3 bit chutneys.
Okay.
The 4th cheese, I don't mind a soft cheese as well. This is talk about, I can't really. I'm not sure about parmesan. I do love parmesan grated on the stuff it's normally grated on, but in a block, I'm not sure about that. So I'm going to go with brie. I'll go with a brie.
I'll join you on the brie, Doidgy. That was the first one that came to my mind. I like a Wensleydale and cranberry.
Dot ball there turning to the leg side. Wensleydale and apricot's nice as well, I think that's
Just something like.
As Ahmed's in, that's turned to leg where Haynes, I think, takes that on the body.
Is that a drop?
Was it a drop?
I think that's a drop.
It seemed to reach him without hitting terra firma en route. We might get a replay.
There's not a lot of excitement out there. There wasn't a lot of excitement. There's a little bit of laughter. But, it'd be nice to see if it did carry on the full.
Revis goes back foot and turns this one out into the deep to Mo Abbas. 1 run. Yorkshire lad's been in touch. He says, I always remember Derek Randall, Arkle being not only a brilliant fielder but a real comedian, especially one particular incident during a test match at Headingley. Are there still characters in today's game, and if so, who?
Luke Fletcher was certainly one of them. Of course, he's now retired at the end of last season as the bowling coach here for the Blaze, the women's team.
Right over the top of this defensive push again, George Hill, final ball of the over, 4-2-3 for 6 after 157.
I suspect it's not quite as much fun. Oh, in fact, right on cue. Here is the great man, LJ Fletcher. I want more talk of cricket and less of cheese, David. Thank you, Mr. LJ Fletcher. I was just about to sing your praises there, but that's Luke Fletcher. Tales from the Front Line is Luke's autobiography. They will give that a plug as he's with us and already telling me off. More talk of cricket, less of cheese from the great man. That couldn't have coincided nicer. Gibbs has been in touch. I don't know if this is cheese related as Liam Patterson comes in and Revis turns it to leg, or a reflection of the game. He just says, thank God this is the final day. I think he summed up the thoughts nicely. Gary Regan, good morning to Dave and the gang. Can you tell us why they shake hands at 4:45? It would generally be 4:50, provided we're this is pushed into the offside. If we're in a situation where a captain could declare, it's generally the way it goes. They just nod and shake hands 10 minutes before the final hour. 4:24 for 6. And the last day, of course, there has to be a minimum of 16 overs inside the final hour, which starts at 5 p.m. But you could declare 10 minutes before that final hour starts, if that makes any sense. But it's 4:50 rather than 4:45. This one's chopped out onto the offside, no run. Just a 53-year-old sends a picture from within the ground. Even within the context of this match, there's nowhere else I'd rather be, which is a nice sentiment. And Mark Muggerseth, quite simply in huge block capitals, come on Nottinghamshire. 4:25 for 6 as this is pushed into the offside. Did have 1 or 2 comments about Notts could have done this yesterday and could have done that yesterday, and it's an indication of their title chances that they weren't capable of blowing Yorkshire away. But I just felt that was perhaps a little harsh, that, as Revis chops this to backward point, fielded by Mohammed Abbas. Not entirely sure, and I did say it a couple of times yesterday. Wasn't clear to me what else Nasib Hamid could have been doing yesterday, really, that he wasn't doing.
So characters, cricketing characters. We'll keep that to cricketing characters for Luke. There's always plenty of them around. It's just, whether or not they're as highlighted by people like ourselves But I can think of a few characters in the Yorkshire ranks, and one who scored quite a lot of runs for England. He might not necessarily always be laughing and joking with the crowd, Joe Root, but he's a character, definitely. And a sense of humour and the stuff that goes on with his teammates, and that's just one example. I suppose in recent times, a regular player for Yorkshire, somebody like a Jordan Thompson, somebody who the lads can have some banter with in the dressing room, the big show and all of that, and likes to get the crowd going when he's out there on the field, and he'll have a chat as well as George Hill turns that first ball of the over to Jack Haynes under the lid at short leg. Here comes Farhan Ahmed. Tosses this one up, turned round the corner this time, but straight to the man, no run.
And there's a reason that there's a number of names that we associate with being a character. That's because in essence, I guess they were eccentrics. Derek Randall, Ian Botham. I mean, he's a character, but he was known for his wild exploits as much off the field and his cavalier approach to the game on it as well. But there's always characters within every dressing room, but you don't want to. People who get into trouble or bring the dressing room down due to their attitude or whatever, but it's always a game full of characters. And you often get them with umpires as well, don't you? A lot of those are great characters.
Steps back here, George Hill, and pulls this one along the deck to Joe Clark. We think it's Joe Clark anyway. Somebody in a 33 shirt out on the boundary edge, one run.
With Blackpool hosting Lancashire this week, as Paul Johnson talks about, sometimes comes on commentary, former Notts skipper and coach. He's got a great Randall story concerns Blackpool.
This is tossed up and Revis defends. I've spoken a few times on air, probably when we've been on and when we've not as well, about going up to Jesmond many years ago, 40 years and more ago, when Northumberland and Durham, in the pre-first class days for Durham, played against the Callas Pegasus World 11, and Derek Randall was playing in that match. Ahmed bowls and Revis defends once again, and the good crowd in and all that, school holidays, and he was fielding and he was chatting away to people and doing autographs. It was that sort of a game anyway, and at one point he took a policeman's helmet off him and sent the policeman on the field, and he stood at the side with the policeman's helmet on, doing the bending at the knee thing, while the policeman fielded for about an over with Derek's cap on. Just fun, really, as Revis turns that one wide of mid-on. There's a Moa Bass chase, maybe slightly less enthusiastic than it would have been on day one, and they get through for 3. Revis on to 63, 429, 46.
Yeah, Paul Johnson tells the story of Notts playing up at Stanley Park, Blackpool against Lancashire, and it would be the second or third day of the match. In the morning, Randall was not out overnight. Notts were 1 down. He'd come in at first drop, and he was dismissed right at the start of the day. So Notts were 2 down, and he's out and disappointed and a little uppity and whatever. And obviously then the day unfolded. And where's Derek? Anybody seen Derek? Where is he? Anybody seen him since he got out? Where's Derek? And the day went on, and Notts scored a few runs, and the odd wicket went down, and by tea he still hadn't materialised. Nobody's seen Derek, and starting to get a little anxious. They're 6 or 7 down by then as Liam Patterson-White comes in from the far end, and this is cut out into the offside by Revis, and they take a single, 429 for 6. And of course, this is in the days before mobile phones. Nobody, where is he? And just quite simply, he'd gone missing. And 7 wickets, 8 wickets for down. We need him. Where is he? 12 men on standby to field as this is chopped into the offside. And of course, an hour left in the day, 9 wickets down, and Derek appears, and he tells the tale of, he just went off for a walk and ended up on the beach at Blackpool, and everybody recognised him, and then folks were queuing up to buy him an ice cream and get him a deck chair and everything. So he spent the day on the beach. This is cut out into the offside, and came back just at 5 o'clock, the 9 down, just to pop his kit back on and go out and field. And he said that's just a flavour of of what he was like. You never know what you were going to get with him. But yeah, I just thought of that with Blackpool hosting Lancashire this week. Next ball's defended. And there's no run. 4:32 for 6. Revis has moved this morning nicely from 54 to 65. Hill from 4 to 11. One ball left in the over. Liam Patterson-White's coming round the wicket. And then we've got some correspondence from T. 4:32 for 6 as it's defended. T says, perfect cheese board, you say. Black stalks. Don't know what a black stalk is, don't know if you guys. It sounds like a mushroom, but black stalks, extra mature cheddar, brie and Stilton, maybe a few grapes, but no. Don't want any chutney or jam. Don't mess with your cheese. Thank you very much, T, who usually rises to the challenge and has done there. Don't know what a black stalk is, though. Sounds like a mushroom, but clearly it's one of his cheeses.
Yeah, characters as well. I mean, it's also sometimes dependent upon what our own sense of humour is as to what we find funny that they might do, and we're all different in that respect. I mean, Glennis has just messaged in and said, talking to characters in the game, none better than the current Yorkshire head coach. Well, of course, Mags, famous sort of dressing room prankster and all that during his playing days. You've got to take on a different demeanour, but I'm sure there's loads of character within, all the players in the game, really. Yeah. Or the vast majority of them, and sometimes they just keep a lid on that until they get off the field of play because they've got a job to do when they're out there.
Yeah, I think any sportsman retiring, you hear them interviewed, don't you? What will you miss most? And invariably it's trotted out the characters in the dressing room. Very often it is kept within the confines of those four walls. Sometimes, as I say, with the huge eccentrics, it gets out into the public domain.
Yeah, still, I mean, the phantom sock snipper of Yorkshire is still at large. And I pressed Mags on a few engagements I had with him during the winter as to who it was, but he just will not tell. It's so tight-lipped on that one as Revis turns one down the long leg and there's no run. I can't remember what the reward is, but there's a price on the phantom sock snipper's head.
I don't want to throw somebody under the bus here, and if Fletcher's listening, he may. But there was one here, and we have mentioned Mr. Sidebottom a time or two in this game. I don't know if Fletcher's still with us. Would I be right that Ryan wasn't averse to the odd prank?
Were any socks snipped at Nottinghamshire when Ryan Sidebottom was there? Because that could be a clue that hasn't yet surfaced in the search. As that's turned into the leg side by George Hill, and there is no run. Everybody's been on the case. Columbo had a go at it. Frank Cannon, Cagney and Lacey, DL and Pascoe, they've all tried Jack Frost, but nobody has yet been able to unearth. It's a bit like the phantom raspberry blower of old London.
That's it, yeah, two runners, wasn't it? I like Cagney and Lacey and Starsky and Hutch, but didn't watch too many of those police ones otherwise.
James in, and Hill turns that one to Joe Clark at mid-wicket for a single. He's on to 12 now, 4:34 for 6.
We've got through half an hour, folks.
Have we? It's just flown by, hasn't it? Flown by. Have we got a script for the next half hour?
Well, you didn't rise to who would be your Glastonbury #1 headliner of all time.
Right in behind that.
And I'm a little concerned that on my WhatsApp, for several seconds now, I've had in green typing under Luke Fletcher's name. And there we go. So this may be something.
Linda James making it right in past umpire Warren, and Revis defends again to mid-on.
From Fletcher, don't mention Sidebottom. He wouldn't stole my pork chop off my plate. Ate the whole thing in one go, leaving me with just carrots and peas left on my plate. Thank you very much, Fletch. Rising to the cause. Somebody did snip socks, I'm sure. It was either Ryan did it or somebody did it to Ryan and would have no doubt regretted it immediately.
Lyndon James, final ball of the 161st over is slanted down the leg side and well taken by Ishan Kishan, and there is no run. 4:34 for 6 then.
Crikey, that's
So.
dangerous territory, pinching Fletcher's food.
So come on out, Glastonbury headline act, who'd be yours be?
Oh, that's a good one.
Harry James Orchestra. Edith Piaf.
I certainly wouldn't
Demis
be.
Roussos. Let's get Demis, isn't it?
I certainly wouldn't be at Glastonbury watching them, particularly if it was raining. I used to love all the old American vocal singing groups, your Drifters, Temptations, Four Tops, Stylistics, all that sort of stuff. Not really Glastonbury. This has gone through to the keeper. I saw Queen back in the day. Obviously, Freddie had been good at Glastonbury, wouldn't he? I don't know if they played there or not. Patterson White from the pavilion end bowls. This is eased into the offside. And there's no run. 4:34 for 6.
When he was around, it was kind of in the days before it was the massive venture that it now is, and televised and all that.
It's in again and bowls Liam Patterson White.
Go on, Jamie.
Run to third, fielded by a Bass, no run.
Jamie's going to say somebody who neither of us will have heard of.
No, I actually was very envious because he did do Glastonbury not too long ago, but he didn't headline.
Again comes Liam Patterson White. This one just bounces a little bit, just got up towards the shoulder of the bat of George Hill, but did well to keep it down. Again runs it to a Bass, who's a busy man.
There were a couple of people in the Radio Leeds office that went to see him, and I was immensely jealous.
This ball is played defensively out onto the offside. Freddie McCann goes from slip to field this one.
Will Young.
Damn, how did you know? How did you know?
No, come on.
Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie.
Yeah, he did. Was it the Legends stage or whatever about 4 or 5 years ago? It was terrific, yeah. This one's pushed to backward point, no run.
I saw an interview with Rod Stewart, who's doing it this year, and he didn't like the description of the Legend stage because what do you call it? It's like calling it the pipe and slippers stage, and he didn't want to be associated with that. But 80 years of age.
Rod, is he 80 now?
Yeah.
I think I'd have gone to see him back in his heyday, but unfortunately, one of the, unless you just want to be in the presence of somebody that you really like, the voices do go, don't they? They're on the wane as they get older.
Having said that, I went to the and I know I've mentioned it a time or two, so no excuse for doing it again. I got tickets this last November for the Royal Festival of Remembrance in the Albert Hall, and Tom Jones was singing there, another 80-year-old, and hairs on the back of your neck standing.
Yeah, Ravis punches one into the offside and picks up a single. Lyndon James continuing at the Radcliffe Road end. Yeah, I saw Tom Jones at like a race course after a racing event probably about 15 years ago, and he certainly could still sing then. Seen a few of those at racing events. Blondie.
Yes.
So Nile Rodgers.
I saw Nile Rodgers at Haydock Park, yeah.
Nile Rodgers came to Pontefract.
Yeah.
Can
he
you
did,
believe that?
I know, yeah. Hey up, folks. Howdy.
Have a clue what was going on.
Lyndon James is in, and that's turned round the corner by George Hill. He's coming back for a second here, and he's going to get there comfortably in the end. Taking his score to 14 and the total to 437 for 6.
The Pope came to York Racecourse. There you
He
go.
did, 1982.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he backed the winner.
The Bachelors were with I went. The Bachelors were the sort of warm-up act while they were waiting for his helicopter to land. Remember The Bachelors?
I do. Yeah, well, the only previous experience of The Bachelors was really in one of those Only Fools and Horses episodes where Del Boy played his Bachelors record and held the phone over it as he was trying to sell whoever it was for an act, wasn't he?
St Patrick's night.
Yeah, that's wide above stump there, and George Hill leaves.
Wasn't that where Raquel and the quieing bloke ended up doing the gig? Quieing. At Brace Cricket, if you want to get in touch and end this madness and talk about the cricket or anything at all that you want to talk about. Yorkshire going along very nicely here. We're not by any means taking away their fine efforts out there with the bat.
Wide of off stump and again left by George Hill. For me, it'd probably be somebody who I've never seen, to go and, if I could be bothered to go to Glastonbury. It's a long old drive from where we are.
I really want to see Jamiroquai. I would love to see Jamiroquai.
There's talk of I might be going to see them later on this year as a present for my birthday from a couple of months back, but it's not actually my fault, not actually been booked yet. But somebody like, one of the greats who I didn't manage to get to see, as James is in, and that's left by George Hill. So, Sinatra, one of the a legendary name like that. Yeah. In his pomp, or Ella, or maybe more recent times, although still a fair way ago, somebody like a Bowie from when I was growing up. Never saw David Bowie like that.
Yeah, Jamiroquai. I did see him years later, but I'd never heard of him. I was sent when Nottingham Forest signed Stan Collymore to go and get an interview for one of the football magazines.
And then James to George Hill, who turns that to mid-on, no run.
Just get a flavour of, away from football, this, that and the other, and what he likes, and talked about music. And I'd never heard of the fella, and he hadn't had a chart hit and whatever. And I'm a big fan, big follower of Jamiroquai, and I'd never heard of them, and he didn't know how to spell it, so it didn't really make for great copy. End of the over.
Of those I've seen that I'd go see again if they were headlining it again, but back to if they were in their prime and everybody was still alive, because some of them are not, it'd be Earth, Wind and Fire, because they were an awesome band.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Seen them a few times.
Here you go, Jamie.
Patterson White then, and Matthew Revis solidly defending on the front foot. I went to see Keane last year because it was 20 years.
Oh, I've heard of Keane.
You heard of Keane. 20 years since I can't remember the name of the album, but which made me feel very old, as Matthew Revis works that up to mid-on. And when you go to a gig and you don't know really what to expect. I've got to say, it was the best gig I have ever seen Keane at the Leeds First Direct Arena. As slightly leg side deliveries, again clipped up towards mid-on for no run. And it was just a really good evening, and I would recommend, if you get the chance to see Keane, to go and see them. We obviously played all the best bits from that album, but other singles that's come out since. As a change of angle from Patterson White, coming back over the wicket to the right-handed Revis, and again up to mid-on. And I was just didn't know what to expect, but came away really pleasantly surprised at how good they were. And Revis defending again, skewed out towards backward of point.
They're usually the best ones, aren't they, where you've got no preconceived ideas. And my good lady, when we go to London, will drag me to a musical, and I'll very often know nothing about it, the story or anything, and you enjoy it more rather than one that you know everything about it.
Back round the wicket from Patterson White, and this one is dropped into the offside. Revis comes through for a single. End of the over. Yorkshire 4, 3-8 for 6.
Graham Rowley just wants to flip back to Derek Randall. Morning, Dave. He says, don't know if you heard the story many years ago. Whilst fielding in the deep, I think for England, aboard Derek Randall scratched a rude word into the grass with his boots so it could be picked up by the television cameras. No, I didn't know that one, Graham, but that's another nice Derek Randall anecdote. Don't see too much of the old boy these days. He used to come here, but less and less over the years. It was the one that I sort of fell in love with cricket through Sobers, and then Randall sort of took over once Sobers had finished.
Here's Lyndon James to Matthew Revis, who surprise defends.
And I don't think from that day to this I've ever seen anybody appear to enjoy fielding as much as Derek Randall did. I mean, it doesn't matter how good a batter you are, how good a bowler you are, 90% or whatever of cricket is about fielding. So, I often say to youngsters, if you don't enjoy fielding, then cricket's not the sport for you, although Alex Hales would say, there is another way to go about it if you don't like fielding, because I know he was never a big fan of fielding, but Randall loved it, didn't he?
Yep, it was there for all to see when he was out on the field as Revis strokes one to mid-off. Ben Crossland, good morning to you, says I was at Headingley yesterday catching up with an old mate, Simon Finch, the Barmy Army trumpeter and a wonderful jazz player. He's touring with Billy Ocean and they're selling out theatres. They're at the Royal Albert Hall tonight. There's longevity with these great performers.
Yeah. Doesn't our old chum Johnny Barron introduce him and whatever? He's done a lot of work with Billy Ocean over the years.
And according to our kid, Martin Mellor, Hopes and Fears was the Keane album. As that's punched out into the offside by Revis. He's got a good contact on this, but Ben Slater will cut it off and keep them to 1.
You're dealing with an idiot, but was that Somewhere Only We Know?
He was, yeah.
Oh, crikey.
Absolutely.
My word. I'll give myself
good work.
a Ken Bruce bonus point there. T says... typo, sorry, Sticks, not Stalks. Black Sticks Blue is a local Lancashire cheese aged for about 8 weeks, during which it develops a distinctive amber hue along with a delicious...
Lyndon James to George Hill turns it square for a single.
Again, sorry, I was doing what I was doing yesterday. I was keeping half an eye on the monitor as to when he was about to bowl, and then quickly realised that the monitor's about 5 seconds behind. So Black Sticks Blue, local Lancashire cheese, aged for about 8 weeks, during which it develops a distinctive amber hue along with a delicious, creamy, smooth yet tangy taste. You've sold it to us, T.
Yeah.
Black Sticks Blue. Thank you, T.
Lyndon James then, leaving our commentary position behind and making his way into bowl it now, and Matthew Revis defends. Jonathan says, hi guys, great to see Bean in the runs yesterday and Revis moving up the order. Yorkshire seem to constantly undervalue him. A pity about the Kookaburra ball though. I loved the comment yesterday that the company must have a good marketing department. Finally, the mails you receive from sunnier but unbearably hot climes make me think the UK is the ideal place to be in summer, if possible with a championship match to watch. Just a shame that thanks to the ECB, yep, they're getting hammered again here. The county circuit is shrinking into ever-decreasing circles.
Now there was a programme.
Yeah, James in again, driven at by Revis, but no further than the bowler to complete that over at 440 for 6.
There's a couple in that, wasn't there? Was it Martin or somebody who used to have matching jumpers, matching sweaters? Remember ever-decreasing circles?
Penelope Wilton was in it, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Is anyone else really hungry now? Wow.
Well, Jonathan's not, because he'll have had it.
I think producer Kirsty should be bringing us a cheese board at this stage. No full English for me this morning. No, not at all. Just a bit of cereal and fruit, thank you.
As long as she puts her shoes back on first. You didn't go for the full English?
No. I rarely have full English on my travels, because otherwise, I mean, the waistline's bad enough as it is, but it'd be dire then, wouldn't it?
As that one's turned into the leg side through mid-wicket by Hill. Patterson White to continue from the Stuart Broad end, and George Hill will pick up a single. That's the worst thing. I mean, I love doing this job. Love coming to watch cricket.
No exercise whatsoever.
You can't get out and try and do some exercise, and you just fall into that trap, don't you? Of just, it's so tempting.
Front of you, so
it's just there. Yeah. You feel obliged. I mean, it's a good thing, but it's not a good thing, if that makes sense. Oh, a bit of turn and bounce there from Patterson White. He's beaten the outside edge of Revis.
And also the food. I mean, you would, if you were going to Headingley, you'd have a full English first, because, the food there is different to what it is here.
You'd stock up, Dodgy, wouldn't you?
And the food here is magnificent, I've got to say.
Yeah, Patterson White, and a straighter line. Revis behind that one on this occasion. Yeah, I mean, the food here is, I've got to say, it's superb.
Comes on a plate as well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, it does.
Not in a box.
They're using trays, I think, at the moment at Headingley, as that one's again defended by Revis. You can, though, go down St Michael's Lane, can't you? And there's a bit of a shout out for Ugly Mugs Cafe, who a roaring trade
are available in Headingley.
There are. But
is that the former cricketer that runs that?
No, that is, as Matthew Revis just clips that one into the leg side and picks up a single. That might be
one of the former Surrey cricketers.
That's correct. That's Tim Linley.
That's it.
Runs Coffee on the Crescent.
He does.
Other coffee shops available, but it's near Hyde Park. in Headingley, and he's a real coffee connoisseur. Patterson White over the wicket to the right-handed Hill, who defends into the offside, no run. And I had a friend actually who he's not into cricket at all, but his better half lives in Headingley, and he was telling me, I went into Coffee on the Crescent, and I said, oh, well, Tim Linley runs that. And he goes, oh yeah, he used to play at Surrey, so he does know his cricket a little bit. He said he absolutely loves coffee. Like, they were doing some coffee tasting session in there. You know, when they kind of like, with wine, you'd swill it around the mouth and then spit it back out into a bucket. It's like, yep, that's nutty. And he really loves his coffee. I've never known, and I've interviewed him, and he's passionately involved in coffee.
He once came on comms with Churchy and I at Scarborough and talked all about it when Surrey were up there. And I did go in a couple of times actually. It's not an area that I generally pass very often, and you've got to be sort of going there, haven't you, really? But it must get a lot of students in. Is that, you know, just down the road from the university? As Lyndon James is in, nicely played by Matthew Revis, and well fielded, or half stopped by Hasib Hamid, because that was boundary bound. Short extra cover.
He gets a lot of cricket custom.
Yeah,
a lot of.
imagine.
I know, like Jason Roy, whenever he's in and around the area, will go and visit. He's a former Surrey teammate, but yeah, I know a lot of the cricket circle.
Yeah.
Drop in and visit Tim.
And Ugly Mugs, I've got a long-term history with them, because Dad's business was right next to the little bridge at Headingley. It's not there, the building is no longer there. It's student flats and has been for quite a while. But I was always sent out as the nipper to go get the sarnies for all the lads as Revis plays one to backward point. And you can imagine you'd get typically it'd be on a betting slip for my dad, because he'd be picking his winners out for lunchtime, and he'd get a betting slip out of his top pocket and a pen out of his white smock, and I'd go around asking all the lads what they wanted, and you'd get to, there was one particular lad, I think it was Wayne, and it'd be, yeah, I'll have one of them big flat cakes, Jonathan, yeah. Bacon, sausage, egg, 2 eggs in fact, tomatoes, beans, mushrooms, as he's driven here up to mid-off, and who is it? Dylan Pennington does the fielding, no run.
Do they do fried bread? They wouldn't get a bonus mark from Kevin Howells if they don't do fried bread.
Fried bread, yeah. I just remember thinking, what is going to happen to this guy's stomach? Because it was everything, you know, off every shelf. Every pickle you could mention seemed to go into this sarnie every day.
How do you craft that? I mean, that's a skill in itself to get it all in,
It was
build
huge.
it.
4:42 for 6. James is in. Short
Wow.
ball wide, and this is going to
5.
disappear away for 5 runs. Wide given by Russell Warren, and it's disappeared away for 4. In addition to that, down at the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah, that goes against Lyndon James as well. Just quickly, while we're waiting to find the ball at the far end, Sussex 123 for 4 in their second innings up at Durham. There's a lot of grounds where they'll be trying to find a route to a positive victory. Sussex lead Durham by 157 there. I guess you'd say probably a draw is another banker up there.
In comes James again, turned to mid-wicket this time by Matthew Revis. He'll move on to 71.
Last night, Kevin Howells left us. Says, I'm off to Chelmsford in search of glory. Essex 120 for 4 in their second innings. Still trail Hampshire by 37. Of course, Hampshire, or rather Essex, 8th in the table going into this round of matches. And the other Division 1 game still going on. Somerset in their second innings 155 for 5. They lead Warwickshire by 302, so you'd imagine Somerset will pull out lunchtime-ish, if not before.
Here's James in again, and that's defended solidly by George Hill.
Division 2, what have we got? Gloucestershire 403 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 192. Kent 20 for 2. That's at Blackpool in their second innings. They trail Lancashire by 245, so the Red Rose having a disappointing season. They're the bottom 2 sides in Division 2, Lancashire and Kent. There was just a point between them going into that round of matches, but Lancashire led by Jimmy Anderson very much on top. Glamorgan 169 for 3 at Leicester, second time around.
Lyndon James to George Hill, who angles this one down towards third man. Liam Patterson-White will chase, and they'll get a single to complete the over at 4:49 for 6.
Glamorgan trail Leicestershire by 54. Middlesex at Northants, 274 for 4 in their second innings, leading Northants by 252. And a word from producer Kirsty, we didn't answer the biscuit one. Best biscuit for dunking.
Ooh. Chocolate hobnob.
Oh, that was, yep, I'm with you there, Doidgy. That's exactly the one that I'd go with as well. Chocolate hobnob.
Something of substance. I like a bourbon or a custard cream. But there we are.
And just a quick shout out before this is over for I interviewed Finlay Bean last night. You can find, and this clearly will mainly concern Yorkshire supporters, you can find all those interviews, as Jamie will testify.
Patterson-White, and that's hit on the full by George Hill, and he walks away from the crease knowing that he's hit 4 runs. Lovely on drive.
In fact, you can tell our listeners where they can find that Finlay Bean and all other interviews that go.
Jamie, where can they find the interviews?
They can find the interviews on the BBC Sounds app. If you search for The Cricket Show and you scroll across, find the image with the Yorkshire shirt. It's very obvious that it's the Yorkshire offering of The Cricket Show. Click on that, make sure you hit subscribe at the top of the feed, and you'll be able to listen back to all the interviews that Doidgy does as Patterson-White in from the Stuart Broad end, and this time George Hill is backing away and cutting through the covers for a single. You'll be able to listen back to all of Doidgy's chats that he does, some of the chats that we do at BBC Radio Leeds as well, and you can listen back to the cricket show that we have every Thursday night on BBC Radio Leeds, 6 till 7 o'clock. And we have regular guests, mostly Don Bess, Yorkshire all-rounder, who is a regular contributor with us. Revis picking up a single through point. And make sure you hit subscribe at the top of that feed, because every time a new episode of the show goes up or a new interview is uploaded, you'll be notified, so you won't miss a thing. As Patterson-White coming over the wicket once more to Hill, sees that driven up to mid-off. I think I got all the info in there. I think that's the official line, the official sell.
Well done, you. That's brilliant, especially 2 ticks in the box today, because you turned up on time as well.
Earning my coin for once. Slightly quicker delivery and a few oohs and ahs around the bat as Hill skews that one to backward of point, no run.
Minus the Pontefract cakes, though.
Was there a hint there that I maybe should have brought some?
Well,
it's a full-length delivery that's defended by Hill.
Did you establish the 3 points of the rhubarb triangle after you'd gone home? That was your homework last night.
Just give me a second. Reaches for phone.
Nearly 5 to 12 here. It's good camera work by one of our fabulous team out there, out and about. The aeroplane just in the vicinity of Trent Bridge. Got to see East Midlands Airport just away to our right, 7 or 8 miles or so away. 4:55 for 6. Yorkshire within 32 of Nottinghamshire score. I don't know if that was the aeroplane, big one, just over the Batman board. And
it's more like a Zeppelin from this, travelling at that sort of speed.
Yeah, just gently making its way into the airport.
Lyndon James, full, worked off the legs by Matthew Revis. Joe Clark round square will field.
So if I say this confidently enough,
yeah, do it confidently.
Therefore,
I'll believe you.
I obviously know what I'm talking about, and I'm not reading this off a well-known.
No, just do a Donald Trump sort of delivery.
I'm not going to go step into that area. Between Wakefield, Morley, and Rothwell, which obviously covers an area between Leeds, Bradford, and Wakefield.
Wakefield, Morley, and Rothwell, did you
say? Wakefield, Morley, and Rothwell, yeah.
Okay. Lyndon James in, driven by George Hill, half stopped by Hasib Hamid. He got a good contact on that, George. Timed it well, but straight at the man, no run. That's a very confident delivery. Yeah.
Well, when you know what you're talking about,
Well, yeah,
Dodgy,
I mean,
it
it
just
was
rolls-
obviously fake news yesterday, but you got it right today, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that President Trump?
It's going to be beautiful. Beautiful.
He was doing the rounds on social media yesterday. There's a surprise.
It's going to be a beautiful draw here today, but it's going to be beautiful. County Championship cricket.
I'm not going to try. I was tempted there for a second.
James is in, and that's dropped into the offside by George Hill.
Although I would love to hear him commentate on an over of cricket.
Yeah.
Just to hear how he views it and what his take on it is. Political.
Wow, he hit
views
that
to
for
one
6. I'm
side.
telling you, he bombed the stand there and he cleared it out. There was nothing left of the stand after that 6.
I didn't realise, Dave, that meant an open invitation. That was
You
the
did.
error
I
on
think
my
you did.
part. No, I didn't.
It'd be cricket ball, wouldn't it? Everything's ball with American sports.
James in, it's pushed into the offside by George Hill. There's no run.
What did Boris Johnson call a cricket ball during the period of COVID? And obviously we weren't allowed to use saliva on the ball, as was then pre-COVID. He called it a vector of... Hang on, I'm going to find this out.
I don't know.
Vector of disease or some such, you would imagine. Sure. We can find it, but that prevented club cricketers having their weekend cricket, didn't it?
James in, pushed into the offside by George Hill for a single.
Natural vector of disease.
Very good. 50 partnership up between Hill and Revis. 50 from 134 deliveries. They've both just made steady progress this morning. Nothing at all created for Nottinghamshire. No opportunities, no confident shouts for LBW. No edges.
There was a drop.
Well, we think, yes, at short leg.
James making his way in again to bowl to Revis. One half of Sedbergh Old Boys partnership, of course. That's defended into the offside. No run. 457 for 6.
Albeit not a spectacle, admittedly, but from a Yorkshire's perspective, Doige, I mean, valuable time out in the middle for George and Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, as the Girdler said at the start of the day, we're playing for just personal landmarks. Just chance to get some time out in the middle, I think, for George. Because very immediate on the back of this, there's a big game to come, really. That is looming as a huge game against Essex, starting at York on Sunday. And I'd definitely be urging you, if you're a cricket fan, a Yorkshire cricket fan, Essex cricket fan, might happen to be eyes off that game, get yourselves there. Cracking 3 or 4 days in prospect, and it's going to be a big game, you feel, in the context of Yorkshire's season.
Patterson White to begin his 62nd over, and again a few oohs and ahs around the bat. George Hill defending.
And for Matthew Revis, 27 runs more, and he's got a 3rd first-class ton. And it's not like he's not being made to work for these runs today, is it? They're not just throwing up any old stuff.
No.
They're working, the Nottinghamshire bowlers.
And another patient, measured innings like that of Finlay Bean, as Hill pushes that one up towards mid-on. Really took his time, didn't he, at the start of his innings, Matthew Revis, and then just decided to put the foot down ever so slightly. A few boundaries. Saw his score accelerate. He's on 73 from 197 deliveries, as that one is defended again by Hill. A slightly shorter delivery with the width on offer. George Hill cutting for a single. He moves on to 24. Yorkshire trailing now by 29 runs. The deficit from Nottinghamshire's first innings score. Over the wicket is Patterson White, and angled down the leg side, clipped into mid-wicket. Patterson White fields off his own bowling.
I was just scrambling around to find a column of found most deliveries bowled in an innings by a Nottinghamshire bowler, and this is the most that Liam Patterson-White's bowled in an innings.
Yeah, the question did cross my mind earlier as Revis drives that one back to Patterson-White to complete his 62nd over. So that is, by my very quick but not very good maths, 372 deliveries.
Very good.
At the end of that over, 458 for 6. Mo Abbas has been warming up again, loosening up.
You're not going to find us two arguing with the maths on that front. So you've
I heard you.
there.
Yeah,
got a freebie.
When I was one of my days of being late, I heard you get one wildly wrong.
Well, if that's right, 372 balls. They're going to have a drinks break here, so we can dwell over it for a second. He's just gone 10th in the all-time most. With 372 deliveries. Previous 10th was John Gunn, 366 against Lancashire here in 1905. The most 452. Hey, do I do an update? How many overs is that? Wilfred Flowers, 452 deliveries versus Lancashire at Old Trafford in 1886.
72 overs. No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'll have a look if they were playing. Well, they were doing 4 balls and over in those days as well. I'll have a little look at that in a moment. Just going to do a quick update, which is appropriately enough come after an hour's play here on BBC Radio Nottingham. Online via the BBC Sport website and app. We're on Trent Bridge Live and all the other places that you can watch the pictures as well, and players taking a proper time out here. You don't often see players just sat down on the grass enjoying a drink. I wonder if they've had a cheese board brought out for them.
The draw seems to be the most likely outcome at Trent Bridge. We're not going into their final day against Yorkshire in the County Championship. Let's get the latest from Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, well, the picture I'm looking at the moment out of the window here is all the players sat down on the grass having a drink. We've had an hour's play this morning, which has seen Yorkshire move on to 458 for 6. Still 6 wickets, nothing this morning for the Nottinghamshire bowlers. Liam Patterson-White, the spinner, has bowled continuously since the start, now through 62 overs. This is, as you say, heading towards a draw. Yorkshire 458 for 6, still in the first innings.
You can hear ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sports website and app.
Yeah, Kishan is down flat on his back. 2 or 3 others down there on the grass as well. The umpires have been... I always feel a little sorry for the umps because they've been left to their own devices, and it doesn't look as if anybody's taken a drink out to them, which I always think is a bit of a shame, and especially if you want to get an LBW decision from them sometime soon. Make sure you take them a nice bottle of water, at least offer.
Yeah, club cricket, you'd get a couple of jugs, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And a few plastic cups.
Yeah,
they could join in as well if they wanted, yeah. Neil Dutton says, morning, Doyd, you're starting to look like there's more chance of me buying a round than this one ending in a positive result. Another stunning result in the Kookaburra ball experiment. And then says, I think in the words of Donald Trump, people are always saying, Mr. Trump, are you good at cricket? Let me tell you, tremendous. I'm probably the best. They've never seen anything like me. Great with the bat, incredible with the ball. Some say I invented spin bowling. Maybe a spin. Even the English were impressed. Yeah, that's the sort of thing you might say. And also, cricket finds and impersonators, says John Wilson, while we have a moment. Our new email address, John, for future reference is yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, because that one will be closed down, I think, fairly soon. It says, morning JD, John Wilson here, one of the Beverley boys. As a youngster playing on the local field in Beverley, I used to try to copy the run-ups of some players. As a left-arm bowler, I used to try and copy the bouncy run-up of Don Wilson, no relation, and the crouching round-arm action of Norman Gifford, whilst my friends took on the arching elbow-pumping run-up of Bob Willis and the original high-kicking action of Jeff Cope. I played in teams throughout my local cricket career who operated a fine system, usually for low scores in the top 6, dropped catches and fielding errors, but I was once fined playing for Warwick University away to Leicester University for dancing to the Bee Gees whilst fielding on the boundary as their music was being blasted out from the halls of residence nearby. Shout out for Yorkshire lad, who Tim, Mark and I, some of the Beverley boys, will join at the members' lunch at York on Sunday. A big game against Essex for Yorkshire. Thanks, John, up there in Beverley. Yeah, I've played in a few teams where fines were a thing and you sort of collect them during the season. A few silly ones over the years. I do remember I was on a sort of under 15 Bradford League tour to Wales in the summer of past year, and and we went for one of the matches. We went across to Anglesey to play, and it got really silly with the fines. It was a red hot day, and there were a swarm of bees came across the pitch at one point, and somebody got fined for sort of taking cover and running away from the bees or whatever. It's just silly things like that, and that was 50p or something at the time, which felt like a lot of money out of my pocket money. So there you go. Did you play? Do you do fines in your team, Jamie?
Yeah, they actually brought them back a couple of years ago, a couple of seasons back. And you just get all the usual, not having clean whites and
yeah, turning up late,
yeah, and not bringing Pontefract cakes. Yeah, I think I got a fine because where I play Thorpe Audling Cricket Club, the boundary edge there are trees that come over. And I dropped a catch. I didn't take a catch because it hit a branch that came over the boundary rope, and therefore, it affected the flight of the ball.
That's poor anticipation from you, isn't it? Really, I think it should have been a hefty fine. That.
Where is Ben Slater?
Technically, it should have been given as a 6 because the
Donald
tree.
Trump would have caught it.
Yeah, the tree actually grew on the other side of the boundary.
I think we'll leave this one with the girdler.
Farhan Ahmed into the attack, and this is played down the ground for a single. Just saw a shot of Ben Slater actually wherever he is, actually sat down in a seat in a stand. I can't see him now, don't know where that was. Ahmed getting his first bowl of the morning, bowl to Matthew Revis, and this is nudged to deepish mid-on. Fielded by Mo Abbas, single taken. Poor old Aaron in the production office has been racking his brains for a while, which would have been a tough old task for him in any case, to come up with a riddle for us. And I think he's a little frustrated that I answered it straight away as soon as he gave it me just now during the drinks break. But we'll throw it out there. What is in the middle of March and April that can't be seen at the beginning or end of either month? What can be seen in the middle of March or April that can't be seen at the beginning or end of either month? 460 for 6. That's from Aaron in the production office. It's a little easy. 460 for 6. 25 to... Yeah, Deutsch has got it already, yeah. The middle of March and April, we've got the letter R, so we won't even spend any time on that one. That's Farhan Ahmed. Passed on by Russell Warren. Bowls and striding forward, or reaching forward rather, is George Hill, who's 25 not out. 460 for 6. We'll come back to Wilfred Flowers in a moment. He's bowled the most number of balls in a Nottinghamshire innings, but Liam Patterson-White already in the top 10. He's through 62 overs. There's Farhan Ahmed bowling wide of the off stump, and this is driven through extra cover and away for 4. That's a nice shot, isn't it?
Yeah, crisply came off the bat. It was a very well timed drive, that, from George.
Ben Slater back on the field, by the way, so he's obviously sat just watching. It was at Old Trafford, Manchester, in 1886. Obviously, Lancashire playing against Nottinghamshire, and in the first innings, Lancashire 323, Wilfred Flowers 113 overs, 66 maidens, 6 for 108. But as I say, they were 4-ball overs, so you think that's something like 72 6-ball overs? Did you work that out?
I think it wasn't maybe that good a maths from me on that occasion.
323 Lancashire made, so That's the most balls ever bowled in an innings for Nottinghamshire. 452 deliveries by Wilfred Flowers against Lancashire. Going to bring you a bowling change. Patterson wide out of the attack, Jamie.
Yep, he's got a rest.
Yeah, just when he was into the top 10. Just getting the column ready to see how high he could go.
Maybe it's just a change of ends. We'll see. Freddie McCann has filled in as and when. Hasib Hamid has looked to maybe switch ends for his bowlers. So Freddie McCann to start what will be his 9th over. And 0 for 29. Bit of a loosener in the first over after the lunch break. I think it was yesterday. As Matthew Revis defending that ball into the onside. We've even seen an over from the captain himself, Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, just an end changer though, sadly.
McCann up to Revis, who drives that one back down to Freddie McCann with number 44 on his back from the Stuart Broad end. The far end to us here at Trent Bridge. And that one's a wide delivery that's left alone by Matthew Revis. A look towards umpire O'Shaughnessy, but nothing more. Lovely sunshine here at Trent Bridge. As Matthew Revis defending. Backward of point. Double arm throw from Dylan Pennington to his captain Hasib Hamid. Yorkshire 4-6-4 for 6, trailing by 23 runs. A bit of spin and bounce from McCann. It's just hit one of those footholes on the pitch, and it did get up a bit for Kishan behind the stumps, but it didn't threaten Matthew Revis. Again, this one keeping low. So a bit of indifferent bounce in successive deliveries. Revis had a nibble at that one, but didn't make contact. Kishan takes the ball behind the stumps. End of the over. Yorkshire 4-6-4 for 6. And something in the pitch to talk about, Dave.
172 overs have gone in this innings. We're actually on to the third new ball. Did we mention that? We I think we omitted to spot that the second batch of 80 overs had expired and they'd taken the second new ball, but we haven't had the seamers on. It's just been, apart from a little burst of Lyndon James, it's been spin from both ends. They do have a new ball. Farhan Ahmed bowling, and this is turn to leg, and there's no run. Steve Crawley says, talking of characters in the Knox team, Bashir Hassan was a great bloke, played a lot of cricket with us during the rain breaks. Bill Taylor was a proper funny bloke, and him and Derek Randall were very much a double act. Thank you, Steve. Great characters, one and all. 464 for 6 for Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Hill, who's on 29. Turns this away on the leg side. A little bit of shall we, shan't we, but they scamper through for a single, and it's 465 for 6. 22 runs between the two sides, and you've spotted a strange man in the ground.
Well, it's true. He does go on his walks around the pitch. Jonathan Doidge, he isn't lying to us.
Farhan bowling. This is blocked. He's presently at the base of the Smith Cooper stand. Doidge, if we can get a camera on him at the end of the over or before. There he is on his phone. Look, he's got his notebook.
Yeah.
Or is that his joke book? Is a notebook or a joke book? 465 for 6. This is defended. He's heading down for that tunnel of love at the far end.
How quickly will he get through that?
I wonder if he's got an appointment. Maybe this is a secret rendezvous that we're not supposed to know about. He's going to meet at the far end of the ground. There's Ahmed bowls, and that's maybe left alone by Revis, maybe off the bottom edge, past Ishan Kishan. We'll find out now. Yeah, there was a bit of bat involved, so deflected for 4. Behind the keeper, down almost to the long stop boundary in front of the boarded up pavilion. Freddie McCann goes and fetches it. 4 more to the total. Yorkshire now within 18 of the Nottinghamshire first innings score at 4.69 for 6. Where's he gone? I was watching the ball and not Doidge. Is he in the tunnel of love?
I think he might have. I mean, I was watching the action as well, so unless he's wandered off, he is in that tunnel.
4.69 for 6 for Han Ahmed bowls. And a nice forward defensive block from Revis, who's moved on to 78. He'll, of course, have ventured through the 70s, 80s and nervous 90s a couple of times in the past. But there he is, the great man's emerged.
Bit of pace about Mr. Doidge as well.
Those of you not watching the pictures, he has just been picked up. He's been followed around the boundary edge. Mark the Mod, good morning, gents. A bit of reading matter on the train south. Let's what have he got there? He's got the Derek Randall book. Is that the Sun has got his hat on, or one of the other ones? I'll just get it on my phone, then I can zoom in.
McCann to continue from the Stuart Broad end, and he's got the wickets of George Hill. Bowled him. And George Hill just takes a long, hard look at the pitch, his stumps, just looks to reflect on what's happened. But Freddie McCann has found a way through the defence of George Hill, who will depart for 30. Yorkshire 4.69 for 7. And again, evidence of turn in this pitch, and George Hill departs.
Yeah, partnership of 62 broken by Freddie McCann, who got George Hill when the sides met at Headingley, so he's his bunny. Freddie McCann has 4 first-class wickets, and 2 of them are George Hill. Bowled 4.69 for 7, so another opportunity for the players to get some fluid on board. And well, it's all very much almost in slow motion, wasn't it? We've just seen a replay of it, and I think there was a little bit of a decrease in speed on that replay, but it all seemed to happen very slowly. Didn't get up much, and poor old George has been bowled. Yes. Mark the Mod heading back south down to Sevenoaks in Kent. His reading material this morning, his reading matter is The Sun Has Got His Hat On by Derek Randall. How appropriate is that as Don Bess comes out of the changing room? He's on his way out to the middle, and he'll arrive there with Yorkshire trailing by 18. Just quickly trying to see before we start again if there's any significant movement anywhere else. Essex have lost a 5th wicket at Chelmsford, 150 for 5, so they still trail Hampshire by 7. So I guess Yorkshire supporters hoping that Essex will lose that one. Yorkshire well on the way to a draw here. Somerset still batting at Edgbaston, 192 for 5, leading Warwickshire by 339. Seems as if it's going to be a draw at Chesterley Street between Durham and Sussex. Division 2, Kent 38 for 2 in their second innings. Doesn't seem to have progressed much. I wonder if they've had a little bit of a stoppage at Blackpool. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 187 for 3 in their second innings. Glamorgan lead Leicestershire by 36, and Middlesex 316 for 6 in their second innings at Wantage Road, leading Northants by 294.
So Don Bess on strike, Freddie McCann with that George Hill wicket. Just seemed to keep low actually on replay, and I think he might have got a bit of bat on ball, George, as well. Hence why he looked for a time quite puzzled before he made way. Don Bess just taking guard. He has that century to his name in County Championship cricket this season, and his first shot is a clever one, reaching outside the line and paddling it around the corner down to fine leg. The chase by Slater prevents it from running to the boundary, but Bess picks up 3 off his first delivery and rotates the strike in doing so as well. He got that century earlier this season, Don Bess, in what is Yorkshire's only win in the county championship at Headingley against Worcestershire, as that's cracked through the covers. Low full toss, Revis takes the single.
Yes, pretty sure his maiden first-class 100 was in Barbados in the Champion County game back in 2018, playing for the MCC against Essex.
And they're best reaching out, and McCann firing that through. Kishan takes behind the stumps. And it was a very proud day for Dom to get his first century in county championship cricket, as that one's clipped towards a short mid-wicket that's fielded, no run. McCann in, and again Best looking to sweep as he reaches outside the line of off stump and works it around the corner once again. Slater at long leg fielding, and Best will take the single, keep the strike, end of the over. Yorkshire 4-7, 4 for 7, and Best on 4. Matthew Revis on 79.
We did have Steve Crawley a minute or two ago mention Bill Taylor. Richard Stevenson's been in touch. Dave, please can you mention Bill Taylor? It's 50 years today since he got the Gold Award in the Gillette Cup for scoring 63. Came in at number 11, pretty sure. Scored 63, was top scorer in the innings. Richard goes on, he's never shut up about it. He played for 7 years, scored nearly 30% of his career runs in that one innings. That's Bill Taylor, who I don't know if he's on the ground or not today. We've had him up here in the commentary box. Very funny man, Bill. He was part of the early Nottinghamshire teams that I used to watch on this ground. Quick bowler, Lancastrian. But yeah, he's one day in the sun with the bat at number 11. Top scored with 63. I think not still lost, but great moment for him. It's Farhan Ahmed bowling to Dominic Bess, who's on 4 and drops this back to the bowler. 474 for 7. 4-7, 4-4-7 sounds like a local taxi company, doesn't it? It's Farhan Ahmed past umpire Warren. Must be sick of looking down that end of the ground from this end. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. Usually by now the umpires have switched ends, but of course we are still into the first innings. Still in the first innings of the match. Richard's put lots won by 4 runs. I'll have to have a little look at that then. Let's refresh my memory and give Bill Taylor all the credit that he deserved. Another single here, pushed up to number 33, Joe Clark, and there's a single, 475 for 7. Love it when you Bill Taylor, a bowler, didn't have too many days in the sunshine with the bat in hand. This is punched to mid-off. There's no run. 475 for 7. It remains for Farhan Ahmed bowling. Try and find it in just a second for you in the Gillette. George Hill out for 30 in the last over. Revis defends. He stays on 79. This looks like it. Gillette Cup. It's the 25th of June 1975 here at Trent Bridge. Gillette Cup first round, Notts against Sussex. Got 1 ball left in the 175th over. There's Farhan Ahmed in again. Bowls will reverse. We've not had too many of them, and we've certainly not had many executed as beautifully as that. Lovely shot from Dominic Best. Gets himself 4 runs with the switch hit, the reverse, call it what you like. It was effectively played, and Yorkshire are now within 7 runs of Nottinghamshire's first innings score. Notts 487, Yorkshire 480 for 7. So just again, giving all due mention to Bill Taylor. Nottinghamshire then were bowled out for 212. In fact, they were 212 for 9 from 60 overs in the old Gillette Cup back here in 1975, 50 years ago today. Pasty Harris, Basher, Mike Smedley, Clive Rice, Peter Johnson, Dusty Hare, Bob White, Harry Latchman, Phil Wilkinson, Barry Stead and Bill Taylor. And Bill Taylor top scoring at number 11 with 63. So Sussex set 213 to win, and they were bowled out for 208, with Bill Taylor getting the Man of the Match award.
McCann to start his 11th over.
And he also got 2 wickets dismissed. JRT Barclay, John Robert Troutbeck Barclay, who's a very funny after dinner speaker, and also Austin Parsons. So there we are, 50 years ago today. Notts picking up a win on this ground. Not entirely sure if they'll celebrate it with a win in this particular match, but nice memories. Thank you, Richard Stevenson.
McCann's second delivery is worked backward of point by Bess, and they'll pick up a second single of this over. First one driven through the covers by Revis, so he is back on strike. Bess 10 from 9, so he's clearly come out to play some shots so far, Don Bess.
Have you told Doidge we hold him entirely responsible for missing that third new ball?
Yeah, we did actually, yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that, Dave. Revis pushing that one up to mid-on, and they come through for a quick single. So rotating the strike quickly, these two. Partnership already worth 14 from exactly the same amount of deliveries. Yeah, we missed the new ball, Doidge.
Yeah, we've worked out you were on commentary when it was taken.
Oh, yeah.
A sage nod.
Face, bothered.
Bess again looking towards that backward of point region down to third man, but Pennington fields.
It doesn't look like a
Was
man
it just
who's
novelty value or something that you wanted to know, that they were using the third new ball?
Well, they have. They obviously took it. And
Don't remember it being announced.
Now,
We were probably talking about cheese at the time.
Yeah, quite
Or
actually. Yeah.
Glastonbury.
Driven on the up, low full toss by McCann. There's a chase in the deep that Moa Bass at this stage of the game, understandably, maybe just doesn't go fully committed towards. And Don Bess picks up his second boundary of this short innings thus far. He moves on to 14.
we ought to really find out who was bowling at the time of the second new ball. But you don't look like a man who's just done a personal best for going through the tunnel of love.
No, I was fairly quick through there.
It's a good job the stream picked it up.
I know, I knew. My mother messaged me to say, just seen you on the telly.
Scores are level. We have a tied game in terms of scores here at Trent Bridge. Of course, it wouldn't be a tie, but the scores are tied at the end of the 176th over. Notts 487 for 10, Yorkshire 487 for 7.
If we were to cobble together the overs of Liam Patterson-White, 62 bowled, Farhan Ahmed 47, McCann has just completed his 11th, and if we want to throw Hamid's 1 over of spin in, what's that then? Cumulatively 109.
It's a lot.
121 overs of spin.
Paul Taylor, who was with us on Sunday in the ground, says, good game to win from here now. It is indeed, Paul. I think we've expected the eventual outcome to be a draw almost since well, certainly the end of day 2, if not before. It's Farhan Ahmed bowling from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, and Yorkshire are leading. Yorkshire in front. In the old days you'd get a bonus point for first innings lead.
Lyndon James is the answer, by the way.
Thank you.
Feel better for that?
And who would have been on at the other end? Was it still Liam or...
Yeah, it was LPW.
Here's Best defending this next delivery. He's on 14 out of the 19 that's already been added for this wicket. And the last over, of course, he reverse swept Farhan Ahmed. So Notts have got Ben Slater in that sort of guessing position. He's at point now, but he'd be sort of at square leg catching for a reverse. Next one's turned past Jack Haynes, and Yorkshire double their advantage from a 1-run lead to a 2-run lead.
It's a far different feeling, wasn't it, though? First delivery of this innings when Adam Lyth was dismissed. You know, Nottinghamshire with their tails up, understandably. It feels like a lifetime ago, that now, doesn't it?
Farhan Ahmed bowls, and this is turned on the leg side by Revis now, and he'll get another run. Steve Crawley's been back in touch, of course, to give him his full name. It's Bionic Bill Taylor. Dave, I'm thinking of writing a cricket-based drama, Death by Kookaburra. There's 8 parts, and not much happens in the last 6. Thank you very much, Steve. Bess has 15 from just 14 deliveries. Is he looking to get on with it? Turns this away, he'll get another single, so he's 16 from 15 deliveries. Just Will O'Rourke and Jack White to come for Yorkshire. Of course, the incentive for them to bat long and hard is they won't have to spend any time in the field a little later. So, I guess all of the Yorkshire side are hoping this innings goes on and on and on. Notts clearly won't. They've had a long old time of it in the field. Haven't used a Bass or Pennington today. This one keeps low. Reves plays over the top of it. Kishan manages to stop it, I think, with his studs, and it's the end of the 177th over. 491 for 7.
And that's absolutely fair enough, isn't it? Not using Pennington and a Bass, because they've got to go down to Taunton. What's the point? Really now.
Yes, what's the point? That was...
One of them goes over on their ankle in the footholds or whatever it might be. Gets one drilled back off their own bowling, instinctively goes for it, breaks a finger, whatever it might be. I know they could get injured in the field as well, but it's less likely than it is if you're running up to bowl.
Understandably, Moa Bass cover drive coming towards him and just maybe going at 50%, but
that reminded me of sort of 70s fielding where the ball went past the infield and they just kind of jogged after it and watched it trickle over the boundary rope.
Yeah, why would they put themselves at risk? Yorkshire 491 for 7, and it's McCann watching Bess drive what ends up being a low full toss through long off, and it's another 4 to his name. He moves on to 20.
Just wondering where I would start to look in the direction of longest innings, longest team innings on this ground. I mean, we're in the 178th over. That doesn't happen too often.
No.
So any of you professional statisticians out there, or keen amateur statisticians, can you help?
It's definitely a game for the stats bods out there, isn't it, this one? The potential records that might be on show as Don Bess punches that one up to mid-off for a single.
I was getting messages yesterday, but from sources that I wouldn't be sure about.
Shorter from McCann. That's cut through the covers by Revis for another single.
Saying that Finley Bean's inning was the longest in Yorkshire history, but it wasn't, because we found at least one, Martin Moxon's 274, that lasted for 500 deliveries. Finley went to 489, and of course for many years there were no recordings of ball's face. It was just minutes into the crease.
Bess driving again. McCann fielding off his own bowling.
But we should certainly be able to, in terms of balls, how many balls this innings will have lasted.
Defended by Bess on this occasion. And no run.
When did it start? Mid-afternoon on day 2?
Thinking that earlier, actually, yeah. It's about 2:30, was it?
2:34 on day 2.
Bess crashing a full toss straight to Farhan Ahmed at mid-off. A good shot for none. And so, the end of the 178th over.
You don't very often
for
get this sort of scenario, do you? If it's the first innings of a match, well, a team would accelerate and then either declare or be bowled out. It's not very often you do get an innings, I would imagine, of this length. Somebody will come back and say, well, it's happened 150 times before, but I wouldn't have thought so now. 178 overs, Notts have been in the field.
Yeah, Forever Domo says... Whitby's finest must be cursing his luck to have got a first ball on. In North Yorkshire we call that a hairy duck and draw hairs around the 0 in the scorebook. It's like a shining sun. Batting paradise. Derek Daniel says, after sitting at Trent Bridge for days 1 and 2 with 3 and 4 at home viewing, superb coverage and banter, those who believe cricket's all about slogging, then please treat yourselves and understand why this is true cricket, with the T20 only fun and nothing more.
Was that Derek?
Yeah.
Thank you, Derek.
And Andy Walker says, here's the plan, JD. Let Rev get his century, put Nottinghamshire in, bowl them out for 26, knock them off by tea.
Yeah.
Job's a good one.
There we
Job's a good
go.
one.
There we go. Farhan Ahmed from the Radcliffe Road end. Full delivery that's just blocked away by Matthew Revis.
Do you think the Yorkshire bowlers are thinking that? Let's get out there and have a bowl.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
They'll O'Rourke and White will be eyeing up career bests, I guarantee it.
Well, Matthew Revis is at the moment 15 runs shy of a century. Make that 14 as he works that through mid-wicket for a single. Would that be what, third first-class century we saying, Dorji, for Rev if he gets there?
Mm-hmm.
He's in that dangerous ballpark now on 86. Not had 2 players dismissed on 87. Ben Slater made 96, and of course the one player to reach 3 figures went on. Finlay Bean 224.
There's a man at backward point for that reverse sweep that Don Bess has used against Farhan Ahmed, but this time he's dancing down the wicket and driving it straight back to the bowler.
In a rush here is Dom, isn't he? Matthew Revis, by the way, 106 is his personal best.
He's certainly playing some shots at the moment, Don Bess. Ahmed into him. And that one is clipped up to long on where Joe Clark fields. And another single goes onto his score in Yorkshire's. 499 for 7 they are now.
Yeah, I just wonder if this innings is still carrying on half an hour after lunch. We might see the likes of Joe Clark and Ben Slater and Asiba Mead and Jack Haynes turning their arm over.
I bet you Kishan would fancy a go.
Yes,
Go on.
yeah.
Why not? Ahmed, good length delivery that is respectfully dropped into the onside by Matthew Revis.
Was it a girdler out there? We'll take on comms for
Yes.
a few minutes. And
Come on,
bowl
why
it
not?
over from this end.
Why not?
Those days are long gone.
Steaming in.
I wouldn't mind a bat on it though.
Ahmed to Matthew Revis, who backing away cuts to the man at extra cover.
Dave Bracegirdle and Ben Slater making their way out to the middle. As Will O'Rourke takes the new ball.
I can't see. Hang on. No. First class career bowling, Ishan Kishan. He's bowled 48 deliveries and taken none for 42. So there is the potential that he could get a maiden wicket. And he's bowled 7 balls in T20 cricket, none for 6. So he's never taken a wicket in senior cricket.
Who'd take the gloves then, Dave? If
Joe Clark.
Joe Clark, yeah.
But again, if Ishan Kishan's bowling, it may well be that Dylan Pennington would take the gloves. Well, no, you wouldn't risk him, but you know what I'm saying. Anybody might just fancy it if we get to that stage. But I think we're quite a way away from that, because they wouldn't want Yorkshire just suddenly to get a bit of a spurt on a quick 70 or 80. Got Freddie McCann bowling, and one just almost squeezed underneath the bat of Dominic Best through to Patterson White at slip. Lovely sunny morning. Generally harp on about the weather perhaps a little too much, and we haven't mentioned it at all really. It's very nice indeed as this is pushed into the offside. We've had the first day, by all accounts, those sat around the ground, it was just too hot. Days 2 and 3 a little breezy, but it just seems to be about right today as Best defence, and that is the 500 up for Yorkshire. 500 for 7. That's been a terrific effort. It's come up in 100 and just shy of 180 overs at a rate of about 2.8 an over.
20's plenty, of course, Dave.
You sound like Mr. Emerson as this is pushed back to the bowl. And of course, you've been out there in the fresh air. Is it?
It's lovely.
Just nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's just spot on, really.
We spotted sign any autographs?
Yeah, I mean the tunnel was full of people asking for my autograph.
Revis turns it on the leg side, and we've got a game of darts now. 5:01.
Yeah, David Milan was first in the queue.
Asking for some tips, was he?
501 for
Yeah.
7. Bess on 23. The one thing that we always fear as we near lunch with the lower order batting, as this is dropped on the leg side, that maybe 2 wickets go down in the next 20 minutes and lunch would be delayed. 502 for 7.
Yorkshire Steve, who's sitting there top off, I stopped for a quick word at the point that George was out, and Steve said, well, they haven't used 2 opening bowlers yet today, and now I know it's hybrid pitch. I'm glad that Cody's been rested. He'll be back Sunday at York.
Not's got a couple of sub-fielders on. Young Master Moore wearing 77, and Ben Martindale is at mid-off wearing number 12.
I mean, I think it's a fair point, really, now. I mean, given how the game has unfolded and just the magnitude of Essex ahead for Yorkshire, that Ben Code has been rested up. That
If you're going to miss one, Ben, might have enjoyed a bat on it as well.
Quite. Don Bess is certainly enjoying it thus far. 24 from 26 deliveries. Ahmed into him, and Bess opting for the reverse sweep. There was an attempt to dive at leg slip, which was then backed up by first slip coming round, and after all of that, dot ball. 502 for 7.
Did we see any Test match highlights?
I caught the back end of the moment that England sealed it on Test match special, but there's a lot of chatter about Mr. Duckett. And as Ahmed, good length delivery, finds the outside edge of Don Best, that evades first slip. Freddie McCann chases after it into that vacant region, which Best will pick up too. Yeah, many people saying, and I don't think it's hard to disagree, that there's not a better cross-format opener in world cricket at the moment than Ben Duckett.
I didn't see any of it, but to take the Player of the Match award when Rishabh Pant got 2 centuries, and there's some great efforts from some of the bowlers as well, some wonderful batting throughout. It must have been a superb innings.
Was it 149, wasn't it, that he departed for, as Farhan Ahmed in what is his 50th over, and that one's clipped to mid-wicket. Haseeb Hameed fielding by Don Bess.
Isn't that what Botham got at Headingley in 1981?
Rings a bell, but the man to my right will know the answer to that, definitely.
Got what, sorry?
Duckett 149, isn't that what Botham got in 1981?
He got 145 on the day, he was smashing it around, added 4 the following morning, and
Who was out, him or Dilly?
it was Willis, wasn't it? The last man in with him.
Oh, of course, yeah. The big stand was with Graham Dilly, wasn't it?
Dilly was the man out that broke that partnership.
Yeah.
Previous ball defended by Bess. This 5th of Ahmed's 50th over, and again he's opting for the reverse sweep but doesn't make contact.
Yeah, I just put the car radio on, and I wanted 12 to win, and Jamie Smith went bish
bang,
bosh,
bang.
and that was that.
It's a remarkable run chase, which is becoming the norm for this England side at the moment. But Josh Tongue bowling well as he showed in both first and second innings. Those tail end wickets, as that one's pushed back up too far, and Ahmed to complete the over. Yorkshire 504 for 7. Harry Brook getting 99 in the first innings. First ball duck second, and then Joe Root there at the end to guide England home. So Yorkshire and Notts representation.
Well, Josh Tong blew the lower order away in double quick time in both innings.
Yeah.
We do have to call him Nottinghamshire's Josh Tong. He's played 3 games for the team.
I suppose Ben Duckett, Northamptonshire's Ben Duckett.
Yeah.
He gets his wooden spoon out.
Kent have a claim to him. He was born in Kent. What are we going to get from the far end? I don't think anybody's entirely sure. Going to be a little bit more Freddie, I think. If anyone can, Freddie McCann. 2 of his 4 first-class wickets now are George Hill. That's his bunny.
Yeah, he'd be sick of the sight of Freddie, wouldn't he? Especially after this dismissal, probably more so than the first one, where he did have that excuse of it's kept low on him when he got down to play the shot at Headingley. This one, just a sort of nondescript delivery. Was it wide of off stump? He played it from. It's hard to tell from down there as Revis gets in behind this ball from Freddie McCann in defence.
Not to take anything away from Freddie McCann, but it felt like a very nothingy
ball
wicket, just a bit of a non-event.
Trickle back onto George's stumps, Okay, one of them.
I think.
Yeah, one of those where you just have to go, what's going on? That's not going to happen to you probably again in your career, is it?
He looks
Revis
very.
puts one firmly to point.
Sorry, George. You look very puzzled. He just kind of stood and stared. How did that happen?
Yeah. What's going on here as Revis pushes one into the covers and will pick up a single. But he got some batting practice. He faced 88 balls. It's not going to do any harm. Got 30 on the board. And I don't think it's going to prove to be a vital dismissal. But all good for Freddie, who's bowling now. And that's turned into the leg side by Dom. No run.
You two will know the answer to this question, but is this the first of 2 rounds of the Kookaburra, or is this 4?
We understand it's 4, yeah.
Oh, Bess is gone.
Yep.
Missed one, run down the pitch. And Ishan Kishan will not have a more simple stumping opportunity if he lives to be 100. Don Bess gave it up. He's gone for 26 stumps. Kishan bowled by the destroyer Freddie McCann, 2 for 51 in his 14th over, 505 for 8.
Yeah, career best figures for Freddie now, whatever happens. First time he's taken 2 wickets in a first-class innings. It is a stumping. It was almost a run-out, wasn't it? He was that far down. Dom Bess, 505 for 8, and we are within about 14 minutes of lunch, so we don't want Will O'Rourke to lose his wicket now in the next 14 wickets, otherwise there'll be extra time added on for Jack White's innings. And of course the focus will also switch to Matthew Revis. He won't want to see wickets going down at the other end, being on 88 not out. 505 for 8 in the 182nd over, and again, if there's anybody that can point us to a longer time that Nottinghamshire have been in the field, by all means we're looking forward to reading about it.
Yeah, we had slow cooked bean yesterday. Not quite sure how we describe Nottinghamshire's fielding effort, but maybe baked. A bit of Trent Bake or something like that.
Plays for New Zealand, doesn't he? Speaking of New Zealand quicks, there's Will O'Rourke.
Yeah, probably not going to do too much out of the ordinary, you wouldn't have thought, from what we've seen of him with the bat so far, although, as so often is the case these days, competent.
He did all right at York, didn't he?
Yeah.
Against Durham in the T20.
This is his, again, I know I've asked you this every single day, I'm sure, but this is his first class debut for Yorkshire.
Yeah, and unless he comes back, will be his only first class game for Yorkshire. 181.5 overs.
Unless Mr. Shafiq doesn't turn up for next week. Same 11.
Well, I'm assured that he will be there.
505 for 8 then, Freddie McCann with 2 for 51. Now what's best as your career best bowling figures? 1 for none, which is what it was before this game, or 2 for 51? I did ask that of Calvin Harrison, who had 5 for something like 5 for 150, and then took 4 for 20. I said, which would you rather have? Oh, definitely the 5 for.
Oh, push this one through. Freddie getting confident now, and O'Rourke drops it into the offside to complete that over at 505 for 8. Yeah, as you say, Matthew Revis might just be feeling a little bit nervous now. He's got down to 2 of the possible partners to get him across the line here.
Does he put the foot down now? 2 wickets remaining.
Not at 10 to 1.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Not unless Will O'Rourke's just walked out saying,
"I'm going to declare it."
Lads, yeah, the lads say if you don't get this by lunch, before lunch, we're pulling out.
I wouldn't have thought there'd be any of that. I'm sure Yorkshire would love to still be batting at tea if it was possible. I don't think they want to bowl out there. It's a warm day, and as you guys have already made the point, there's the potential of just something completely innocuous to happen. Somebody goes over on an ankle or a nasty bounce and, I don't know, splits the webbing on a finger or some such and puts you out for 2 or 3 weeks. Nobody seems in an awful hurry to get on with anything here.
Not at all.
Umpire Warren's involved, there's a surprise.
It's all been at his end.
I think the umpire's declared.
Yeah, long discussion between Farhan Ahmed and Hasib Hamid. There's smiles on the faces of the pair of them, so I'm quite sure what they're talking about, but they're certainly taking their time, and I think it's because Hasib Hamid has said to Farhan,
he's going to have a bowl.
I fancy a bowl.
Come on, Skip. We've had 31 overs this morning, and the morning began with Notts +5 on the over rate, so it's not a deal breaker. I don't think whoever bowls these last 2 or 3 overs, they're going to be well ahead on the over rate.
I think Farn's sulking now. He's got his arms folded. He said, I'm telling my mum and dad of you. You can't treat a minor like this. Taking me off just before lunch.
He's just been sent down to long on as well. He's swapped with Patterson White.
I mentioned yesterday, Haas has got one first-class wicket. The Kent lower order player that I can't instantly bring to mind.
Hamid then from the Radcliffe Road end, and genuine off break there from the right arm over, and Revis pushes that one through the covers for a single. He's on to 89.
Do you think Team England have had a word? Just need to bring your bowling on a bit, Haas.
Do you want to get in this team? There's a good length delivery first up from the skipper, and the new man is on strike, Will O'Rourke. 99 on Hamid's back. O'Rourke slip in place. Hamid rips it, but it's ballooned up into the air, and goodness me, how's that? Oh, there could be a mix-up. Could be a run out. Should be a run out. There is a run out. Is it? Has it been taken cleanly? It's all happening.
Oh, he's given it.
He's given it.
Well,
in the end, it's.
I thought Haas had actually run through the stumps there, but it's the end. It's the end of Revis, isn't it?
I think it's the end of Will O'Rourke. I think he had the presence of mind to realise that there had been a mix-up in the middle. There was hesitation, but he's not going to run out a man on 89. So Will O'Rourke's innings is short-lived. He survived ballooning the ball up in the air from what was an awful delivery in truth, a half-tracker. But then the hesitation in the middle as Revis set off to try and take the single. In the end, Will O'Rourke had the presence of mind to sacrifice oneself. The run-out comes in. It was Lyndon James with the throw. And, it was a very eventful wicket, to say the least. Will O'Rourke is out for none.
Wasn't a gentle lob back to the bowler either, was it? I'm really looking forward to seeing what replays we've got here of this, Aaron. Give it all your best shots here on this one. It looked to me as if Haas had he'd have done really well not to have stumbled all over the stumps himself.
Well, it was a half tracker, wasn't it? And then it's a leading edge that ballooned up into the air. Revis set off for the single. Will O'Rourke kind of came, went, stuttered, and then realised that he needed to cross to keep Revis in. And as you say, Dave, it was fired into the non-striker's end, and Hamid did well actually to take it and run out O'Rourke. So Jack White, the final man to come out for Yorkshire, and so we're 7 minutes from what was meant to be lunch.
Yeah, and Revis, of course, is on 89. Won't be a case here, certainly, of tossing away the wicket to go to lunch on promptly on time. So Will O'Rourke out for naught. Did he face a ball? He did. He faced a ball or two.
Two deliveries, yeah.
Fairly inglorious innings. In a sense, Matthew Revis might hold his hand up and say, sorry, mate, because he set off, didn't he? He bombed off from this end, and O'Rourke didn't really have much of a chance. Hamid was unlucky in that he found the outside edge of course, it was O'Rourke on strike, wasn't it? He was a little unlucky. He found the outside edge, and it just lopped up onto the offside and didn't quite carry to Lyndon James. Revis went sprinting down to the far end, and O'Rourke had no chance. I was just expecting a gentle lob back to the bowler, but Lyndon shied it.
Hamid with a full-length delivery, and that allows Revis to drive through the covers, but Jack White sets off halfway down the track, and Revis not interested. 11 runs shy of what would be a third first-class century. Yorkshire with 1 wicket remaining. How does Rev play these 3 deliveries of this Hasib Hamid over? Well, he's clubbed that one through mid-wicket. There's LPW fielding. And again, he denies the single. So he might rotate the strike here and give Jack White 1 delivery. 2 remaining of this Hamid over. Yorkshire's lead 19, Revis on 89. And he lets that one run through to Kishan behind the stumps. So 1 delivery remaining. It would be in Matthew Revis's interest here to pick up a single and rotate the strike. Hamid is in. Revis clips that one through square leg, and he does get the single that he was searching for. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 90. Yorkshire 507 for 9.
I reckon it could be a while. He's 8 fours, Matthew Revis, in a 233 ball stay at the crease. So with just 1 man at the other end, it's not feeling like he's going to go for a couple of big hits to get over the line here. It might be just a dink of a single for each of the next 10 overs, something like that.
Take us to 130.
Yeah, just get the afternoon snooze in.
That was a really eventful wicket, wasn't it? It all happened there. The dismissal in the end of Will O'Rourke.
There's been a few recent bizarre Yorkshire run-outs. That just adds to the tally, to what went on at Durham last week. And in a couple of championship games as well. Here's Freddie McCann bowling to Matthew Revis, who's going to turn down a single off the first ball of the over. Struck well out into the deep on the offside. 507 for 9. McCann again, right in behind it, Revis. Yeah, as Revis now works one up to the long on, he's going to turn down that easy single as well.
That's something to talk about.
So does he go now, 4th ball?
I think Jack White's shown already he's all right to block a few, or score a few in fact. Was it not in the reverse fixture at Headingley he did that? That one down the leg side. Kishan trying to create some drama.
Oh, he was convinced, wasn't he? Walking down the wicket to O'Shaughnessy. Bleeding. 5 men out on the boundary edge.
And this one driven by Revis down to long off this time, and again he's turned down the single.
That was the 5th ball, and he's turned down a single. So he doesn't reckon much to your batting, Jack. Or he's backing himself to get a single from the last ball here.
Jack faced 57 balls for his 11 in the Yorkshire second innings up at Headingley in the reverse fixture. 2 fours. So
This could be interesting. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, in they all come. McCann goes over the wicket to him, and he flicks it away to the mid-wicket sweeper for a single.
That was too easy, wasn't it?
91 to Matthew Revis, 508 for 9.
Essex still 5 down at Chelmsford, 197 for 5 against Hampshire. Essex leading by 40 runs with those 5 wickets left. Fairly dour old morning there as Essex try and ensure draw points. Here we almost certainly are having draw points apiece. 508 for 9. Morning began with Yorkshire on 414 for 6 after 151 overs. So we've had 33 overs this morning. And we've had 6 runs shy of 100. 94 for 3 this morning.
And Hasib Hamid. Well, why not to continue from the Radcliffe Road end? This is 3rd over. That one smacked by Matthew Revis on the back foot, but he picks the fielder at short extra cover. Jack Haynes. So what will he do with this over now? It's a solid defensive stroke from Matthew Revis. Drops into the onside. I mean, if he goes at the current rate, it's going to be 9 overs time. Pillory picks up, hopefully for him, a third first-class century. That one's floated up wide of off, and he drives it through the covers, picks out the fielder on the boundary rope, and he does take the single. So Jack White will take the strike.
Make that make sense to me.
I can't actually, to be honest, given what we've seen in the previous 2 overs, Dave. But maybe a change of heart in the faith that Matthew Revis has in Jack White. This is first delivery, 2 slips in place. Hamid around to the left-handed White, and a full delivery is sent back to Hamid. As we've heard from Dorji, it can hold the bat, Jack White. He's shown that in his time at Yorkshire thus far, but that one beats the outside edge. Genuine turn from the not skipper. And over to you, Dave, in a moment for an update. Hamid again around the wicket to White, who throws the blade at it and drives into the offside for no run.
It's the end of the over, so this should be lunch. We'll play on for a while. Initially 4 overs till 15:15, and if nothing happens, they will almost inevitably extend it to another 4 over 15-minute session. But after half an hour, if that last wicket hasn't gone, then they would go for lunch. Ground staff are ready to come on and do their dusting and sweeping and repainting of the lines. 509 for 9. Matthew Revis on 92. He'll be hoping for a couple that are short and wide from Freddie McCann that he can lash away to the boundary ropes. Here is then McCann from the pavilion end. Bowls a little bit of turn on this one, and this time first ball of the over, Matthew Revis has taken a single. Clearly Jack White's had a word. What are you doing? What are you doing? I can bat here. Turning down these singles. 510 for 9. Yorkshire lead by 23. We've now had 96 runs during the 2 hours this morning. There's McCann. 2 slips go down. It's Jack White, former Northampton, happy to defend. Back to the bowler. .510 for 9. It's full and wide through into the gloves of Ishan Kishan. White yet to score. He's bowled. Freddie McCann has bowled him. So Matthew Revis, 93 not out. Won't get that third first class 100. But 3 wickets to Freddie McCann. Out for naught. It's 510 all out. Yorkshire lead by 23 runs. And the Yorkshire bowlers will have to put in a shift this afternoon. Just do that quick radio update. And you join me just as we're walking off, not only for lunch, but for a change of innings, because Freddie McCann has just picked up his 3rd wicket to bowl the last man, Jack White, for naught, leaving Matthew Revis 93 not out. Yorkshire 510 all out. The visitors lead by 23 as we go to lunch. So huge disappointment for Revis. Faced 243 balls there for his 93 not out, but it all unfolded at the other end over the last 10 minutes or so. Will O'Rourke run out for naught, and then Jack White, who Revis allowed to get back on strike, having taken a single first ball of the over, also bowled for naught, this time by Freddie McCann. 510 all out. Yorkshire lead by 23. Didn't quite end that session as Yorkshire would have hoped. a bit disappointment for Matthew.
Yeah, a millisecond of just frustration at the non-striker's end when that ball went through to hit the stumps of Jack White. And I think as the pair were departing the field, Jack White just walked over to Matthew Revis, and there was maybe a small apology to his partner there that he left him stranded on 93 not out. But nevertheless, take nothing away from the innings of Matthew Revis. It was a solid, patient innings that had plenty of shots in it, but he'll be disappointed that he couldn't get that third first-class century.
Thank you, Jamie. Ring the emergency services. Tell the Coast Guard. We finished first innings here at Trent Bridge, Yorkshire, 510 all out. And when we resume in 40 minutes' time, it will be Nottinghamshire to begin their second innings. And welcome back to Trent Bridge for post-lunch session on day 4 of this county championship game between Notts and Yorkshire. Nottinghamshire to resume, or rather to begin their second innings after lunch here. Yorkshire bowled out for 510 just 40 minutes or so ago. We were just starting to drift into extra time, or added on time, at the end of that morning's session. 9 wickets down, but then the last wicket was taken by Freddie McCann, his 3rd wicket of the innings, to finish off the Yorkshire first innings, leaving Matthew Revis, unfortunately for him, unbeaten on 93. So 510 all out. Yorkshire, they have a first innings lead of 23. Notts have resisted making any changes. An opportunity, I guess, for Asiba Mead and Ben Slater to try and rack up a few more runs together and individually. And they're both out there. Yorkshire are going to start with Jack White, who I think bowled all his overs in the first innings from the Pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end, but it's going to kick things off from this Radcliffe Road end. Asiba Mead is on strike. There are 2 slips. There's 2 shortish catching mid-wickets and a man at silly mid-off. Here's White in, down the leg side, and Hamid just went to try and flick it away. Didn't get anything on it as it goes through to Johnny Bairstow. Jamie Rayner back alongside, watching on.
Afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon, Jamie. Good afternoon, everybody. Did a little bit of delving during the luncheon interval. Liam Patterson-White, as you did the math for me, 372 deliveries he bowled. That's the most in an innings by any Notts bowler since 1929.
Goodness me.
There's White. Getting down the leg side, and that's got away from Johnny Bairstow, and that will go for 4 byes. So it's a loose delivery from White. It won't look very good against Johnny Bairstow, but again, it was one of those there. It's very harsh for the keeper to see it go against him, and even worse, I think he's got it on the finger end.
Yeah, he's wringing out that left hand, isn't he? In a bit of pain, Johnny Bairstow. There's a few that he strangled down the leg side early on, Jack White.
Yeah, I think Johnny Bairstow's thinking, well, the morning session was going along a lot better than this. Oh, he's taking the gloves off here, and he's taken the inners off. Having a look at that left hand. Second ball of the innings. They do sting for a little bit. It's at the moment he's just trying to diagnose what's wrong with it and bend it and have a closer inspection, just make sure there's no permanent damage. He seems to be walking back to take his normal position behind the stumps, and yeah, the inner's gone back on, and the main glove has gone back on. Last thing I want to hear from Jack White is another ball down the leg side. 4 byes then. Notts are up and running, trailing just by 19, and we're ready. 4 byes. Wonder if White will overcompensate here, bowling to Asiba Mead. He did, and Mead has not moved a muscle, knowing that he's now got 4 runs, just pushing at it with the open face and guiding it down to the unprotected third man area for 4. Always happens, just a little bit too much width, only a marginal amount, but it was wide enough, and with no protection down there, that was food and drink all day for the Notts skipper, one of his favourite scoring areas. 8 without loss.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing there, Hasib Hamid. You can always tell a keeper, can't you, when they've retired? Fingers are just slightly kind of here, there and everywhere, aren't they?
Yeah, a bit gnarled. There's Jack White in, and the over bowling, or that found the finger ends in the slips or wherever, broke or dislocated most of them whilst playing. Lunch okay? Have they looked after you again?
They have. It was never in doubt. A lovely bit of chilli.
8 without loss. White, dark, floppy hair, flicking from side to side as he runs in. Bit of a rolling gait, gets a good delivery that bounces sharply outside the off stump. Just eludes the top corner, the shoulder of the Hamid bat on its way through to Bairstow.
The usual animated noise from Adam Lyth in the slip cordon. Plenty of encouragement early on.
Nice to see Adam as well. He's been missing for a couple of days, hasn't he?
It does feel like an age ago, doesn't it? First ball dismissal.
8 without loss. Next ball down the leg side, and Johnny Bairstow's. You need a sense of humour, Johnny. It's a long way down the leg side. He had to dive to stop it, and I think stopped it right on that little painful bit from earlier in the over. 8 without loss. Yes, the Yorkshire innings lasting for 185.4 overs, of which Adam Lyth was a non-participant for 185.3 of them.
Yeah, he certainly gave Jack White a look then, Johnny Bairstow. As if to say, not again, Jack, come on, mate.
Yes. Going to be spin from the far end. We've not managed to squeeze a white stripes reference into this game, I don't think. Jack and Meg. It's going to be Dan Moriarty anyway, who was... when did we last see him? He was dismissed as a night watchman yesterday morning, fairly early on. He's had 24 hours off as well.
It was a 4-for in the first innings for Moriarty.
Ben Slater out for 96 on the first day. Came up and told us all about it on the second morning, which hopefully made for some decent listening. Very much enjoyed his company then. Here's Moriarty then, and here's Jamie Rayner.
From the Stuart Broad end, 4 catches around the bat as Slater drives that one firmly, and a tumbling stop by Downward Milan at a wideish mid-off. Yeah, Moriarty 4-for in the first innings, night watchman as well. And the sun continuing to shine. It's been a lovely day weather-wise here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 8 without loss. That one's turned around the corner, back on a square on the leg side. And Slater is off the mark. One to his name, Hasib Hamid with 4 now on strike, the not skipper, who ended with a bit of action with the ball in Yorkshire's innings. He didn't get a wicket to add to his only first-class wicket. He's now in the more usual surroundings with bat in hand, opening for Nottinghamshire, and around the wicket Moriarty comes, and that one's slightly back of a length, and it's cut away elegantly by Hasib Hamid. There's a long chase by Dom Bess, the ball wins, and 4 runs onto his score and Nottinghamshire's, and a lovely shot at that.
Yeah, this just helps him stretch away from Adam Lyth at the top of the Division 1 run scoring charts, because he got 52 in the first innings. Was just 6 runs ahead of Adam going into this game. 2 leading scorers in the country. So I don't think Lyth can do an awful lot about it anymore in this game.
Lyth at first slip, George Hill at leg slip. There's Moriarty again around the wicket. This one again short, and again from Hasib Hamid. He cuts that away for 4 more runs, this time backward of point.
Did you hear me say I fancied a bat on there?
And not the best from Moriarty in truth, but take nothing away from the 2 strokes by Hasib Hamid.
Just too much width.
Yeah.
Can't bowl out there on here. Certainly not against him. He might have got away with it against me.
Definitely against me. Yeah, look at every bit of the leading run scorer, Hasib Hamid. I think that's James Wharton with the helmet on at short leg. Moriarty in, and still going with that wide line outside off stump, but a little straighter, and Hasib Hamid letting that run through to Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps. Nottinghamshire 17 without loss. This is the final delivery of the second over, and it's defended by Hasib Hamid. And Finlay Bean collects So at the end of the second, Nottinghamshire 17 without loss, and they trail Yorkshire by 6 runs.
Yeah, just to bring you up to speed elsewhere, Division 1, of course, a game finished yesterday. Surrey defeating Worcestershire at New Road by 9 wickets, so they've gone to the top of the table. Seems like it'll only be for a few more hours. Notts will return to the top of the table, assuming this one finishes a draw. At Chesterley Street, Sussex in their second innings of 194 for 4. Leading Durham by 227. At Chelmsford, Essex, 214 for 5. Lead Hampshire by 57. Just got to make sure they just don't have a bit of a wobble there, Essex, so they could be in trouble. Jack White's going to go round the wicket to Ben Slater. And at Edgbaston, Somerset declared at lunch 229 for 8. Warwickshire already 15 for 2, requiring 362 more. So there's White. Bowles and Slater will cut this away for 4. Not been a great start, it has to be said, by either the pace of Jack White or the spin of Dan Moriarty, and already that deficit all but wiped out. That's 21 without loss. So Somerset just trying to put their foot on the Warwickshire throat, so to speak. Warwickshire 15 for 2. Got a long all day there under the pump, really. They need 362 more. That's unlikely to happen, and Somerset need 8 wickets to pull off what would be a little bit of a shock result, but a great one for them. Come back to Division 2 in a moment. There's somebody or something just in the eye line of Ben Slater. Everybody's waving like, ooh, bye, ooh, Kiwi, trying to get the attention of whoever it is. Seems like they've settled, so White given the OK to come in round the wicket. Bowles to Slater who defends. So in Division 2 at Bristol, the run chasers started there for Derbyshire. They're 26 without loss, requiring 290 more to win. Gloucestershire declaring on 526 for 6, centuries for Cameron Bancroft and Graham Van Buren. At Stanley Park, Lancashire, Kent in their second innings 80 for 3, trail Lancashire by 185. So Lancashire racked up over 500 runs yesterday, which is a lot in a day in the county championship. White Bowles, Slater. The balls seemed to get trapped between his pads and nearly trickled back onto the stumps, but didn't. Yeah, we used to see him 700-800 runs in one-day matches, of course, but in the county championship, 500 in a day is a lot. That's at Blackpool, between the sides currently occupying the bottom 2 slots in League Division 2. At Grace Road, Glamorgan 219 for 3 in their second innings. They trail Leicestershire by just 4 runs. And at Wantage Road, Northants 27 for 1, need 284 to beat Middlesex. Calvin Harrison 4 for 107 for Notts. For Northants, the Notts loanee. Next ball's pushed into the offside and there's no run. Keep up to date via the cricket page of the BBC Sport website and app. So Liam Patterson-White bowling 62 overs in that Yorkshire switch. In all, that innings was in comparison to some of the longest in the county's history, or the longest they've been in the field. White, past umpire O'Shaughnessy, tucked away by Slater down to long leg for a single. So the umpires have changed ends. Normally do it, well, they do it at the end of the first innings, and that's usually roughly at the halfway stage of the match. And of course this is into the penultimate session now. There's Steve O'Shaughnessy, former Lancashire, Worcestershire all-rounder. Was in the Guinness Book of Records for a wee while, I'm pretty sure, in the days of contrived finishes or contrived declarations and run chasers. It's down the leg side and it's defended. I think he happened to be one of those fortunate players out there in the middle when the captains decided, well, we'll lob you a quick 100, 150 or whatever, and then we'll try and chase them down. And he was duly asked just to smash every ball for 4 or 6, helped himself to a quick 100 or some such. There was something of some truth along that story somewhere. The other umpire, Russell Warren, who Spent the bulk of his career with Northants, but then had a couple of years with Nottinghamshire, and he got centuries in both innings of a match against Middlesex back in the day. Happy birthday to Jason Gallion, former Notts skipper. Led them to the promotion in 2004. He was skipper originally in 2005, then got injured, missed a lot of the season.
Moriarty with sunglasses on, going over the wicket, and faint cries of LBW that umpire Warren not interested in. Plenty around the bat for the left-handed Slater, with 6 to his name. Moriarty in again from the Stuart Broad end, and just seems to pop up at Slater.
Yes, of course, Slater 96 in the first inning, so he's now completed his 100 for the match.
He's on strike now. Leg slip, orthodox slip, and short leg in place, and that one is well blocked by Slater.
Just having to be careful about the ball spinning back towards the stumps 3 or 4 times. He's had to just play it defensively and then knock it away again as it's looked to spin back.
Yeah, it's a bit like pinball for him as he backs away to this one and manages to get bat on ball. And Adam Lyth at first slip comes round. The previous over, Yorkshire players, just how close it was. But Slater survived. Moriarty in, and that one is pushed backward of point past Adam Lyth at first slip, and he'll pick up a single, and the scores are level. Nottinghamshire 23 without loss.
Second time this morning we've seen that on the scoreboard, isn't it? Obviously once Yorkshire got to 487, tying the Notts first innings score.
Exactly 2 o'clock as well, with that message on the board, as Hamid solidly behind that ball, defending. And end of the over, the York physio just running on with a bottle of something for Jack White. I'm sure it's a drink of soft nature. And yeah, he's going to be getting ready to bowl his third over.
There's the commentary duo at the moment. We are a duo. Dodgy is here, he is grafting.
So he says.
So he says, yeah. 23 without loss. Do you wonder if Matthew Revis has spoken yet to either Jack White or Will O'Rourke?
Jack White tried to speak to him, I think.
Here is White. Setting off, accelerates. Bowls a good ball outside the off stump, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. He was, if you're wondering what I'm referencing, Matthew Revis left 93 not out. The little bit of support he needed the end of the innings to get over the line didn't come because Will O'Rourke run out for naught, and I think Matthew Revis played a bit of a part in that one. There's an update. Where we are now into Nottinghamshire's second innings. This, of course, the last day of the match. It'll finish, I would imagine, at 5 o'clock with a handshake. Notts are 23 without loss. They bowled Yorkshire out for 510 just before lunch. Notts 23 without loss, second time around. Last ball went through to the wicket keeper. It was, even though you said it was 2 o'clock, it still took me by surprise.
You didn't have much time to think about that, did you?
No, there was no time to clear the throat or warm up for that report.
They give you a bit more warning.
Yeah.
That's a couple that have just gone past the outside edge of Ben Slater's bat. I've not seen that all that often, particularly today. A bit of rhythm for White after a loosish first over.
Slater on 7. Let's it go through again to Johnny Bairstow. Happily. Oh, it's a no ball, so 2 more to the total. Extras bump up to 6, and Notts are leading again. Notts lead by 2.
Ebbs and flows, doesn't it? Will O'Rourke just offering a brief word from mid-off.
Yeah, you ignore that, Matthew Revis.
Yeah.
You never mind what he said about you. Getting out for naught. Do you know what he said about you for running you out? This one's gone through to the wicket keeper. What we did have this morning, get the bunting, get the fanfares, get the drums. We had 4 wickets go down in the morning session for the first time in the match. 4 wickets went down in a session. What about that? Now Jack White is incurring the wrath of umpire O'Shaughnessy for running on the wicket. So he's getting it from his wicket keeper for spraying the ball around. He's getting it from the umpire for overstepping and running on the surface. Expect this to be short and wide because he's trying to watch where his feet land. Let's have a look. Bowls short and wide. Slater lets it go through to the keeper.
Called it. Must be something about that end. The first innings, Mr. Warren was having a few words with Dylan Pennington, wasn't he? A couple of days ago.
Mentioned that Patterson White bowled the most number of deliveries in any innings for Nottinghamshire since 1929. Come back to that in a second. Down the leg side, tucked away by Slater. Should be able to get 2 here. Square of the wicket on the leg side. He does. 27 without loss. Slater on to 9. The match in which it happened, already referenced it a few times because it was against Yorkshire. Here it was the match that Percy Holmes scored his 285. Yorkshire made 498 all out, and in that innings Sam Staples 68 overs. So he bowled 6 overs more than Patterson White did. 68 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 145. And of course Patterson White was 3 for 146. So Slater again turns it to leg for a single, 28 without loss. He looks busy out there at the moment, Ben Slater, but it is strange how sometimes things that you mention on one day for whatever reason will legitimately come back and be a reason to be brought up again the next day. And that's one of them. 1929, so 96 years it's been since a Nottinghamshire bowler bowled as many as 372 deliveries in an innings. And you were here to see it, Jamie.
I can say that now. Yep. Will O'Rourke just see him or not? Nottinghamshire 28 without loss from 31 deliveries at run rates at over 5.5.
Lily's been in touch and joined the commentary, disappointed that Matthew Revis got 93. She says she'd bring George Hill on to bowl fairly soon. Thank you, Lily.
Well, it's Moriarty to continue with his 3rd over from the far end, bowling towards us, and that one's worked backward of square on the offside by Slater, opening up the face of the bat.
It's Wednesday. I'm not entirely sure I'd be over bowling anybody that I'd be wanting to bowl at York on Sunday.
Yeah, quite right. Which is what surprises me, the lack of use of O'Rourke, because we know that he won't be playing in the game at York. Moriarty coming around to the right-handed Hamid. There's a little bit of interest from Moriarty and Bairstow and Wharton at short leg, but Hamid does enough. 12 from 13 to his name. A little skip from Moriarty as he sets off to bowl. Full length delivery and a solid defence from Hasib Hamid. Yeah, I'm led to believe that this will be his debut and, as it stands, last.
I think he's busy at mid-off, actually. O'Rourke just loosening up.
Moriarty goes through the gap between the umpire and the stumps and bowls around the wicket, and Hamid just clips that through mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, they'll probably want to try and make as much use of him as they can, and those big long levers now are getting rolled out and going through the motions. Will O'Rourke
6 for 15, rips through knots. Yorkshire all-time hero.
That's his parting gift, and that's driven by Slater, and he's got to good bit of that as it runs down to this wide third boundary. Chases on. Matthew Revis just keeps it in. And they'll come back for the third. And that moves Nottinghamshire on to 33 without loss. Slater up to 14. Yeah, we've spoken about it already in this broadcast, but I feel like a big game for Yorkshire at York against Essex, down at the bottom end of the Division 1 table. Hamid pushing that up towards David Milan at mid-on. End of the 6th over, Nottinghamshire 33 without loss. No Will O'Rourke that we know. Will Sutherland likely to come in. Shafiq, all being well, should be amongst the group as well for Yorkshire, who was mentioned being rested for this game, potentially in line to return. Jordan Thompson as well. Interesting to see what Yorkshire do for that game. And here is that bowling change. We expected it, we anticipated it. He showed us that he was getting loose, Will O'Rourke, and he's just placed down that marker at the top of his rump.
So just the 3 fairly undistinguished overs from Jack White. He's now banished to the outfield, taking a position, sort of a wideish mid-off position. So here's O'Rourke, tall man, Kiwi, round the wicket, bowls to Slater, who dabs this down, trying to get it beyond Finley Bean, who's another one wearing a floppy sun hat. Good stop from Bean, and he's getting the plaudits from the slip cordon who come across and give him a comforting word or two.
Looking like a man whose eye coordination is on point at the moment.
Yeah, come on Finley, get yourself involved in the game. You've had it easy over the last couple of days. There's O'Rourke, wearing 6, unusual for a fast bowler. Bowls again, Slater laces it into the offside, but it's straight to backward point. Moriarty doing the fielding, and there's no run.
A meaty cut, wasn't he? He timed the pants off that one, but found the fielder. Bit of extra pace from O'Rourke. Slater looking to use it. It was Pennington, wasn't it? Was it teed off against O'Rourke in the first innings?
Yep. 24 from 1 over, 3 4s, 2 6s. There's a dot in there somewhere as well. Next ball down the leg side, tucked away by Slater, and that will go for 4. And the significance of that 4 is it takes Ben Slater to 18. Got that wrong, I thought he was on 16, he's gone to 18. Anyway, when he gets to 20, he's on 9,000 first class runs. So I've gone a little early on that one. He's not quite got there yet, folks. Ignore anything after significance. There's O'Rourke round the wicket to him. He'll push this into the offside, and there's no run.
He's timing the ball really well at the moment, Slater. That hefty cut that found the man at backward point. Lovely clip off the hip. 3 square leg for 4 runs, and even that defensive shot straight out the middle of the bat. Change of angle for O'Rourke. Coming over the wicket now to the left-handed Slater.
Comes in now and bolt. Oh, that's very wide. On its way through to Johnny Bairstow. 37 without loss. This pair have given not some good starts this season, helped set up the innings, but I guess the importance here isn't all about setting the innings up, it's just making sure Yorkshire don't get an early sniff of perhaps something. They put 90 on together in the first innings. That's 8 50-plus partnerships this season for the opening wicket between this pair. O'Rourke in again to Ben Slater, and again he's happy to defend. Stays on 18, stays 2 shy of 9,000 first-class runs, and it's 37 without loss after 7.
Do you think he'll know, Ben, that he's that close to such a milestone?
I've no idea. I don't know.
Kind of player, or know whether he'll be reaching a significant number or not. Some players could reel you off their stats without hesitation.
It's like you know, we were where when you were approaching 75,000 Twitter followers. Or,
exactly.
You know,
you do, and you keep an eye on these things.
Yeah.
Of course you do. Of course you do. And there are some players that just have no interest whatsoever. Whatsoever. Well, the numbers that matter at the moment: Nottinghamshire 37 without loss, and Dan Moriarty to continue from the Stuart Broad end. That one just angled down leg side. Hamid looking to turn it around the corner, doesn't make contact.
I think generally batters know, you know, the disappointment in getting out in the 80s and 90s, because there isn't a column for 80s and 90s, but it's a column for hundreds.
As a straighter line from Moriarty sees Hamid push that back to him. I was listening to Test Match Special yesterday, and a reaction to the Test Match, and was saying, you remember your centuries, you remember your milestone scores. Moriarty again just going down the leg side ever so slightly, played off leg stump, and it's just tickled around the corner by Hamid on the full. Revis fielding it fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. They also remember the 99s, and Harry Brook will no doubt be ruining that missed opportunity for him to score a Test century at his home ground. But one shy of a Test Match century. Dan Moriarty to Slater, and that one just goes past the outside edge. Bairstow taking the bails. Slightly quicker ball from Moriarty coming over the wicket to the left-handed Slater. 2 runs shy of 9,000 first-class runs. Moriarty into Slater, who sort of ends that the comms box. He's eagerly tapping away in the background. Work continues for Mr. Doidge.
Loud, in it? Loud, that tippy-tappy. Loud.
That's a gimme from Dan Moriarty. A low full toss that gets the treatment from Ben Slater. He crashes that through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 22, and thus Dave takes him past that milestone.
It is. That's good of you to know that, to be right on the ball with that. 9,000 first-class runs for Ben Slater. Many congratulations. And 2 more as well, so he's on his way to 10k as well. 42 without loss. Penny says quite a shift that from Liam Patterson-White. Hope someone made him a nice cup of tea at lunchtime. I was going to say I doubt it. Probably got to get his own. And knowing Liam, he won't mind either. Be nice to get the bowling boots off though after bowling 62 overs. That is a shift, as we were hearing. Going to be O'Rourke to Hamid. Runs away from us and was nice and full, and the Notts captain jabs his bat down on it. Warren at short leg. Well, he's not at short leg, he's shortish mid-wicket. Comes in, picks the ball up, and retreats to his fielding position. Three bowlers used so far. Moriarty's continued from the pavilion end with 3 overs from Jack White, and now O'Rourke into his 2nd over from this. The Radcliffe Road end bowls now, and it's a delivery that just surprises the Mead a little bit. Thrust forward and might have just struck him on the pad outside the line rather than the bat. 42 for none. Notts finished their bowling effort. No real surprise with all those overs of spin. They finished +9, which is a very decent effort. There's O'Rourke in once more and bowls, and defended by Hamid. Of course, the 2 first innings together coming just shy of 1,000. 997 runs across the first innings. We're now beyond the 1,000 mark. Back in the 30s, they experimented for a while with a thing called the timeless test match, but not sure how many days we'd need to complete this one. A little bit of movement from the Kiwi, a bit of O'Rourke's drift.
Yeah. Well, he wanted to go out with a bang, so to speak, Will O'Rourke. Get a couple of wickets under his belt before he waves goodbye.
He's still here for the blast, is he?
I don't think he is. I'm going to look to Doige, who's got a better understanding of that to my right.
Bowls now, and Hamid with the uppercut. It wasn't a risky one because he didn't lift it over the slips or over the gully. He found a gap between gully and point, but very deliberately played it. He was arching his back, or his back, and got into a position where he could just uppercut it away through that gap and away for 46 without loss. Hamid on to 18.
What are you asking me?
If this is Will O'Rourke's final game before going back, or is he due to play a few more blast games?
The latter.
O'Rourke bowls, and the latter fires one through, well taken at pace by Johnny Bairstow, into the over 46 without loss.
I think by the sound of it, he has a breather while they play at York, because he was only allowed by Cricket New Zealand to play in one of these two middle season matches, and then he plays 2 T20s before he departs, at which point Abdullah Shafiq, who Anthony McGrath has just confirmed on an interview that you won't be able to hear till post-match today to me, that he's arriving today, so he's definitely playing at York, and he will also play in the final 4 games of the Blast when Will O'Rourke is gone, because they'll still have Will Sutherland, who's staying right through that competition and playing it, well, theoretically at least, playing at York on Sunday. Clear?
Well, at least you've been working, Doige, because there was a little bit of discussion about whether or not you genuinely were grafting away, but it's good to know that you've been earning your coin.
Nobody's being overworked in the Yorkshire bowling department, because Moriarty out of the attack, having bowled 4 overs. It's going to make way for Dom Bess.
Yeah, good to see Dom getting a run out. Nottinghamshire 46 without loss. You'll be able to hear that interview with Doige after the close of play. Anthony McGrath speaking to us on the BBC Sounds app. Just search for The Cricket Show, find the page with the Yorkshire shirt on, hit subscribe. You'll be notified every time an interview is uploaded there, or the latest episode of The Cricket Show has gone live. Defending short leg, and silly mid off. Catching Bess around the wicket to the left-handed Slater, who rocks back and cuts firmly, but straight to Moriarty in the covers. Really rips his arm over Dom Bess, and that's a good shot from Ben Slater. Pierced the field, and another shot in anger that runs to the boundary. 4 more runs to his name, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two from 58 deliveries. 18 runs from Hamid, 26 from Slater.
Yeah, 9th time this season they've put 50 or more on together.
Yeah, both look comfortable at the crease. As Bess again is in, and a similar shot by Slater, and he beats a sprawling Matthew Revis. And back-to-back boundaries for Ben Slater. This one backward of point.
Yeah, going along at a healthy lick here. We talked about what can be achieved and individual milestones and whatever. It was clear it's still rankling with Ben Slater that he hasn't had 100 yet this season, and has been out twice in the 90s. Very early days here. He's 30 not out, but he will be sensing this as another opportunity, perhaps an occasion where it wasn't necessarily expected to get too much time in the middle today, but looking to make the most of it this afternoon.
Finley Bean comes out of silly mid-off. He goes to backward point, and then Matthew Revis has been pushed back to the boundary on the offside, and that's exactly where the ball has gone to from the bat of Ben Slater. So a bit more protection offered there to Don Bess in Yorkshire, and Slater will pick up a single. He moves on to 31 Nottinghamshire, 55 without loss. It's a really interesting phase of the game now, isn't it? I mean, a draw has been inevitable, you feel, for quite some time, but any faint optimism and hopes of Yorkshire rattling through and maybe trying to make a game of it have soon dissipated with these two at the crease. Looking very well set at the moment. Nice partnership worth 55. Bess into Hamid, and that one is a very wide delivery that just about falls in line of regulation.
Was it AJP Taylor? Nothing is inevitable until it's happened. The great historian. Something like that. I'm vaguely remembering my A-level history.
As we've said, if you say it with enough confidence, Doige.
Yeah, it wasn't in my class.
Let's have a look.
End of the 10th. Notts 55 without loss.
You could have claimed that one as your own.
I was going to say.
As I always say, nothing is... Give us it again, double until it happens. I always say, in fact I might use it next week down at Taunton. As I always say, nothing is inevitable until it happens. There's Will O'Rourke. Bowling to Ben Slater. And first ball beats him. I think he pushed at that. Bairstow takes it.
Died on him as well, didn't he,
Yeah,
Bryce? Yeah.
low down.
Yeah, the quote, "Nothing is inevitable until it happens," is attributed to the historian AJP Taylor. It emphasises that while events may appear likely or predictable, they are not predetermined. Only after something has occurred can it be considered inevitable. Do you know what? I'm chuffed for myself. I remembered that.
Yeah,
after all. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it'll pop up on the chase tomorrow night. It will. Next ball is on its way. Will O'Rourke, not Will O'Reilly. Yorkshire little animated behind the wicket. They thought they heard something. O'Rourke's not interested. It goes through to the keeper. Who was Will O'Reilly? Called him Will O'Reilly then.
I used to work with Will O'Reilly.
That was it. Yeah, it was the bloke you used to work with. That's who I was thinking of.
But a shout out to my old history teachers there. One of which sadly we lost last year. Did used to listen to the broadcast. Dave Wellborn and John Cresswell. I think he's still Headingley based actually. That was obviously ingrained back in those days.
Very good. O'Rourke. In and bowls. Slater defends. I was very disappointed neither of you picked up on me O'Rourke's drift in the last over. I quite like that.
I was still hammering on the keyboard, just Martin Emerson style, just trying to be as loud, but I'm not quite sure I achieved that.
Reasonable number inside Trent Bridge, the smallest crowd of the 4 days, understandably. I think if you're a member and you'd sort of got it on the calendar to spend some time this week at Trent Bridge, you'd have come along anyway. But if there was an asking price on the gate, as Bairstow has to leap there above his head to... I couldn't leap above his head, could he? That would be incredible. Had to leap high to take the ball above his head as O'Rourke sends a bouncer down. Steve O'Shaughnessy says one for the over. I reckon yesterday Russell Warren would have called that for a wide myself, but that's, I'm not pecking at Russell there, but do you not think?
Quite possibly. Have you noticed they've changed hats? Yeah. There's this fashion that's changed for the umpires as they've come out for this innings.
I've not noticed a fashion change. Took everything in our power to recognise the changed ends. Lovely stuff though from Slater here. Post-lunch, he forces this away through the offside with minimum amount of effort. Looks in fine fettle, Ben Slater. Moves on to 35 not out.
I always think Steve O'Shaughnessy looks like one of the anthill mob when he's standing out there with his Panama on. Right, Clyde.
Catch the pigeon. O'Rourke. Final ball of his third over. Figures of none for 12. Balls to the left-handed Ben Slater. Drops it out onto the offside. He sprints. Asiba Mead of the 11th over, 60 without loss. He didn't like to run about, did he, Arjuna Ranatunga?
No, he didn't mind a word though, did he?
No.
Wasn't frightened of having a pop at people.
Before Jamie's time. There's another famous historian that went to school with Doige, Arjuna Ranatunga.
I think that was an ageist giggle there, Jamie.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Doige.
I think we're providing Jamie's entertainment for the day, don't we? Or I am.
As long as we're providing it for somebody, we're fulfilling some sort of objective, I guess.
Have we heard from producer Kirsty during the last 50 minutes of play?
She'll be
She's
nodding.
been conspicuous by her absence.
She'll be nodding by now.
Surely with some more challenges and tests. Maybe we'll get a multiple choice this time.
Johnny Bairstow still trying everything he can. He's had a long discussion with Don Bess about the field setting for this over.
He's in from the far end. Full delivery to a slightly leg side that Slater pushes back to him. Yet he came over for a chat with Dom, and then David Milan had a little contribution from mid-off. Slater again opting to cut. And there's a sweeper on the boundary that picks it up, Matthew Revis.
Looks like Adam Lythe's going to come on. To me, he's winging the right arm around the slip.
He shadow bowled as he was moving from first slip at other end to this one.
Get involved, Adam, get involved.
Bess over to the right-handed Hamid. So it goes through, bit of dust kicks up off the surface.
There'll not be many first-class matches out of the 200 and plenty that Adams played where he'll have ended up with more first-class wickets than runs in the match, but this it could be.
Yeah.
That's a lovely guided shot by
He's not keen
Hasib
on running
Hamid.
though.
It's placed through third, and it's Jack White, the bowler, who's had to pick up the running. Adam Lyth just watched on, contributed with a slight jog towards that, and
I reckon that was Lythy's. If you look where that was cut, it went a yard to his right, and he made a token attempt to set off, and then they left it to Jack White to run all the way from the covers.
So
Come on,
three.
Jack, you've only bowled a couple
I
of
was going to
overs.
say, go on, bowler, you're used to it, fast bowler. 3 runs picked up there, by the way. Hamid on to 21. Bess around to the left-handed Slater. LB cries whether it hit pad first before bat. That's what Bairstow was appealing for behind the stumps, but umpire Warren not interested.
He's had a blast fifer here, Adam Lyth. I'm pretty sure of that. I don't know about in the Championship, but the blast he has.
Bess in again. That's a solid defensive block from Ben Slater. And then that little turn from both Slater and Bairstow to the changing rooms beneath us to our right. End of the over, not 64 without loss.
I thought he was waving to you, actually. Seemed to be looking in your direction.
He's not coming on yet. The end with the helmet, Adam Lyth, but
Just told him to warm up for the 10-5 over, I think.
I'm just sending a message. Just I'm there if you need me, if you fancy it. Bairstow again with his helmet cradled under his left armpit, having a quick natter with Will O'Rourke, who is getting ready at his mark. Busy, isn't he, Johnny? Even at this stage of the game where it's ambling towards, well, we can't say inevitable now, can we, Doige?
not until it's happened.
Oh.
AJP Taylor and J. Doige, Esquire, came up with that. It's going to be O'Rourke then to begin his 4th over of this Nottinghamshire second innings. Lots have eked out a lead of 41 already. 64 without loss. Hasib Hamid on strike, the Bolton-born opener. 10 test matches for England, drops this on the leg side, runs to mid-wicket, and there's no chance of a single. Freddie McCann taking 3 wickets in the Yorkshire first innings, getting George Hill for the second time this season, had Don Best stumped and then bowled Jack White. The other wicket that went down this morning was a bit of a calamitous run out. I don't know if Lyndon James' throw in clipped off a bail or it was good work by Hamid to move the bail. Now, is this just struck the not skipper?
Flush.
I don't know. The umpire's not getting overly involved. That was my interpretation, but normally when they hit him on the helmet, the umpires get quickly involved, but nobody is.
No, it felt like he just headed it to a point.
Yeah, it must have just ducked underneath it.
Sounded like a plasticky
But
sound as well.
it couldn't have been Steve O'Shaughnessy and Russell Warren, who is a mile away at square leg. Long way away from the action. They would have insisted that the medical staff came on. Bob's underneath another one here. O'Rourke being given licence to emulate Kirtley and Courtney here, giving Hamid a bit of a barrage of short pitch stuff. 64 without loss.
Well, Ben Slater went down to just check if Hamid was okay. It didn't sound great, whatever it came off. O'Rourke using his height and pace.
He's doing well, isn't he, to generate that much bounce. The 13th over, in again, bowls and pacey delivery, which goes past the outside portion of Hamid's bat, and then, of course, Hamid a right-hander, but Bairstow took it moving to his left. It really did deviate quickly once it had gone beyond the stumps.
You can always tell, can't you, when somebody's a little bit quicker than the average, because that you could hear that hit Johnny's gloves. You know, it was still travelling. It wasn't dying as it got there, or looping into his gloves.
No, he's nothing to prove to anybody, Will O'Rourke, but he's giving it a go here for his team. He's in again and bowls, and was that a cry no ball? It's gone through to the keeper. No, it may just have been encouraged. Just seemed to hear a yell as he released it, but clearly not a no ball. 64 without loss. That's one of 8 matches going on today. You'd look around the grounds and think, well, that could be a draw, and that will be a draw, and that could be a draw. I guess at Stanley Park, Blackpool, Lancashire will have hopes of victory there. The bottom 2 in Division 2 meeting. Kent 110 for 5 in their second innings. They're still 155 behind, so good chance for the Red Rose there. O'Rourke bowls, Hamid pushes it past him, beyond him, down the ground. Be a little bit of a chase on, but that ball's quickly running away towards the ropes. And I think it's been dragged back by Don Bess, who does very well in the end just to keep his footing, and they get 3. Good work from Bess, nice shot from Hamid, but also a good over from Will O'Rourke in terms of the effort that he put in. Gave it everything. 67 without loss.
We know he's a tall man, we know he's got that pace, and it's the first time in this innings that we've seen him really try and exploit it and put Hamid and Slater under pressure, particularly Hamid.
Drinks being brought out for the Nottinghamshire pair after 13 overs. Rattling along at 5.15 and over. Looks as if Moriarty's going to come back and replace Bess.
Rotating it out there, Yorkshire at the moment. A couple of overs, was it, for Dom? Moriarty now in for what will be his 5th over. Bairstow still busy orchestrating before he makes his way behind the stumps. The Yorkshire skipper. Nottinghamshire 67 without loss. Lead is 44. And Hamid right-handed on strike. Moriarty round, and that one's clipped on the full by Hamid. This could go to the boundary. In fact, it will. Milan doesn't really give much on that chase. And it's another 4 runs to the score of Hasib Hamid.
It was the first delivery of a spell ball, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Not herring after it as usual, David.
Yeah, floated up there by Moriarty. .71 without loss, Nottinghamshire. And that one is on the back foot, dropped into the offside by Hasib Hamid.
And if you're still away, you can email us on yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Tell us what your dreams have been like and your nightmares.
Moriarty. Hamid is cutting, and he finds Jack White back at a point.
A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Moriarty from the far end, bowling towards us here at Trent Bridge. Bit of cloud cover above as that one doesn't cleanly come off the face of the bat by Hamid, but he nevertheless defends. Mid-off, as that one's turned by Hamid on the back foot towards Malan, a wide mid-on. Picks up a single.
I tell you, we can make an exception on the inevitability front, can't we? Because it is inevitable that whenever Don Best steps on a cricket field, he's going to come off it without whites on. And it's happened again.
He throws himself around, doesn't he, Dom? Moriarty over to the left-handed Slater. And again on the back foot, just dropping that one towards an incoming Revis at point. And that completes the over. 14 gone. Nottinghamshire 72 without loss.
He's got a green stain on the right kneecap, just to prove he was out there.
It was a good diving stop, actually, and he did very well just to retain his composure and stop himself from clattering into the advertising boards down below.
He's getting an over at this Radcliffe Road end as well now, Brace, so he could be diving around, stopping off his own bowling as well. Be loving that.
His brother is his cousin, beg your pardon, is on the backroom staff at Notts here, one of the strength and conditioning coaches. We're bowling to Hasib Hamid. Just lost the sun for this period of the day. Balls now to Hamid, cuts this to backward point, and there's no run. I don't think anybody would be. Well, that's not fair. If you've paid money to come in today, or you've allocated a bit of time to follow this through until the conclusion, I think people may be disappointed if we went off early, but there'll be an awful lot of others that might see it's the grandest way to finish this as a single is taken by Hamid. Backward a point. 73 without loss. Hamid 30 from 41 balls. Ben Slater 37 from 46, and Slater's back on strike. He's had a good run of scores. Ben Slater, his last 5 innings have all seen him reach 50 or more. 52 and 74 against Durham, 52 and 78 at Headingley, and 96 in the first innings here. This is pushed away to backward point, no run, and already has got a good start here on 37. Dominic Bess bowls to him, and mistimed drive by Ben Slater. His eyes, I sense, might have lit up a little bit there as he looked to punch that through extra cover.
Anybody fancy a can of
Subtle.
This one's turned onto the leg side, and there's no run. 73 without loss.
kind of exotic fruits, actually?
There's Bess in once more, and steered to backward point. There's no run. Finley Bean doing the fielding, fizzes it in hands of James Ward, it on to Moriarty. Everybody moves around, not exactly sprinting between overs. Yorkshire +2 on the over 8. Nottinghamshire, as I say, +9 after that mammoth effort. With over 100 overs of spin.
I don't know how they work these things in terms of how many overs you've got to get through a week for your workloads, but Yorkshire's seamers in the first innings, 20 for Jack White, 22 Willow Rock, 23 George Hill, 6 for Matthew Revis, obviously more for the spinners, 30 and 31.
On this one, the start of Moriarty's 6th in the second innings. Pushed back to him by Hasib Hamid. From the Stuart Broad end, Moriarty. That's a low full toss that Hamid will be frustrated that he didn't make more of. Crashed it to Don Bess in the covers. No run. Moriarty around to Hamid. Again, another low full toss that's tickled square on the leg side and they come through for a single. Every day I've been here, you've chosen that drink of choice, Dorji. So it must be all right.
Yeah, it's quite pleasant. It reminds me of, I don't know if do they do Lilt anymore? Reminds me of
it's a good question.
Being a child,
I think they do. Yeah,
cans of Lilt.
I think they do.
I like it. I like that. Slater defending on the back foot.
With a totally tropical taste. Obviously good marketing, that bit like the Kookaburra. It's stuck.
So Moriarty with a wider line that Slater pads away. Did we? I know I asked the question a little earlier, but 4 games of the Kookaburra ball. Is this the first?
Yes.
Joy.
Rolling September.
Your short-term memory is worse than ours. We've got excuses.
Quite get to the full completion of the answer. And that's the full completion of the over. Nottinghamshire 74 without loss.
I remember, again, I couldn't say for certain if that particular drink is still going. I couldn't say for certain if Rubicon's still going.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Must be now getting on for, I don't know, 13, 14, 15 years or so ago that it was announced at the start of a Blast competition one year, Rubicon, the official drink of the T20 Blast, etc. I don't know if you remember those box drinks with the straw in, and I can never go to Durham without to Chesterley Street, to the Riverside Ground there, without thinking about that as Dominic Best comes in and bowls to Hamid and he defends, because I think we went there for the first match that season of the competition. Obviously had pallets and pallets and pallets of the stuff arrive, and on the stairs between the written media press and where we commentate from, all the stairs and the landing were absolutely full of pallets full of boxes of these Rubicon drinks. Help yourself if you want any. Just turned on the leg side. All flavours. 76 without loss. They don't seem to be.
You've still got half a boot full of.
They don't seem to be quite as forthcoming with their freebies, if they are still connected with the competition. I don't know, but yeah, whenever I go up and down the stairs at Durham, I think about all those boxed drinks as Hamid cuts this on an angle of 45 towards where the slice man would be. Fergus O'Neill calls the man on the 45 the slice man. 77 without loss. An Australianism or a Fergusism. It does the job, doesn't it? You know where he means, the man on the slice. Bess round the wicket to Ben Slater. Pushes this to backward point to Mr. Bean. And there's no run. Is that a turkey on his head? No, it's a white floppy sun hat. Slater stands with his bat raised and then brings it down, a textbook forward defensive. Wicket looks good enough to go for another week or so. Best balls again defended. Next cricket here at Trent Bridge Saturday. when there's a women's T20 international, England women against India women. Tickets still available for that one if you want to come along on Saturday. Very, very good England short format side at the moment, and they'll be in action here. And then the next time Notts Outlaws are in action in the Blast is a week on Sunday. And I'd love to tell you who they're playing, and I will when I've had a look. Friday night they're on the Durham up at Durham when the Blast restarts, and then they're back here on the Sunday. I'll have a little look in a moment.
Moriarty to continue.
The Leicestershire Foxes, there we go. Leicestershire Foxes a week on Sunday. The next time Notts Men, Notts Outlaws are here in the Blast.
Moriarty coming around to the right-handed Hamid. I think when the next bit of cricket at Headingley is.
Oh, it's as soon as September the 20-something. Yorkshire men's game, that is.
He must have.
In first-class cricket. Are you talking any cricket?
Well, yeah, but predominantly
There is,
the answer that you gave.
Yeah, there are some T20s left on Worcestershire at home, Derbyshire at home,
Lancashire.
Lancashire at home. Yeah, three home T20s left, and then you've got to wait until September unless you're watching the 100, of course.
Worcestershire Rapids at Headingley, 6:30 start, Friday the 4th of July is the next one.
4 dot balls from this Moriarty over. Hamid on strike, 34 to his name. Another defensive block from him.
Here Yorkshire have got Derbyshire home and away, Lancs home and away, Worcester at home, and Leicester away left in the Blast, I think I'm right in saying.
Moriarty again around.
And yeah, oh sorry, I was just having a look. Yorkshire 8th, 1-2, lost 6. Notts played 9 now, won 4, lost 5. So both are in the nether regions of the North Group table.
End of the over. Nottinghamshire 77 without loss. Bit of pride on offer now in the Blast. It's 2 lanky games.
I think out of 14 matches, if you're worse off than 9 and 5, I think you've gone. So Notts have lost 5. They're 4 and 5.
Well, they've done also 2 inevitable defeats to come for the Yorkies. Here's Best then bowling to Slater, pushed into the offside. Moriarty fields because we know what an utterly dreadful record they have at Queen's Park. It's I think is it 8 in a row now? They've lost 7 or 8 in a row.
Wow.
There, it's just and some disasters. The lowest ever score in T20 cricket for Yorkshire, 68, came there a couple of years ago. Absolutely annihilated that day, batting second as Slater drops one at the feet of James Wharton. And then I haven't, in the time I've been doing it, 7 years, seen them win at Old Trafford either, as backs away there Slater and tries to cut, or does cut, Finley Bean fields.
Kent have lost 2 wickets in quick succession. They're 116 for 7 at Blackpool, still trailing Lancashire by 149, so smart money will be on the Lankies to win that.
Bass in and Slater defence. I did see a tie between the counties when Harry Brook was, you may recall, hit on the full LBW, the last ball of the match, needing 1 to win by Richard Gleeson about 4 years ago probably. That's the closest they've come since I've been commentating on matches there. Having said that, there's probably been about 3 completely washed out. The last 2 have been completely washed out there. Slater plays a dot ball there up to David Milan. Best round the wicket for the final ball of an over that he's got through rather rapidly, and well fielded Finley Bean. Out at point, no run, 77 without loss after 19.
Notts played there in the Blast this year, did a double header. The Blaze played Lancashire women before, and been used to obviously going up there for many years, but certainly the last few years since initially the first hotel was built and now the second hotel, and there's maybe 2 or 3 people just watching, and very different this year in that virtually every room had people on the balcony in both hotels. So they're clearly doing a selling job now, and not giving the rooms the night before and kicking people out at 1 o'clock. They're getting people in there for the duration, and making sure the balconies are all full. So I guess they're a pretty price as well.
Moriarty again into his 8th over now, and that one's blocked by Hamid.
There's not been a lot of 4-day cricket there for Yorkshire again during my tenure, because they've been in different divisions for a lot of it.
Yeah.
George Hill got his 6th for there a few years ago, very early days in his career. Finlay Bean made his first-class debut there.
Moriarty around to the right-handed Hamid, and on the back he plays it
2.
Moriarty round to Hamid, who rocks onto the back foot, cuts firmly. Don Best with a tumbling stop in the covers on the floor. This is bad memory now, Dorji, but wasn't there a hat-trick against Yorkshire for Lancashire? Moriarty from the far end, and that one is a better placed cut from Hamid, backward of point past Jack White and away for 4 runs.
That's ringing a bell.
Was it Root, Williamson, Bairstow?
Yeah, something along those lines.
And that would have been 2018.
Before I was,
Was it before? Was it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I didn't know if you'd done that game or not.
Was it Jordan Clark before he left for Surrey?
That's a great shout. I think you're right. Yeah. Hamid on to 38. Partnership worth 81 from 119 deliveries. Moriarty around. Oh, and he's bowled him. Middle stump out of the ground. And Hasib Hamid has to go for that 38 from 58 deliveries. Yorkshire have got that breakthrough. Moriarty with his 5th wicket of the game. His first in this innings, of course. And the Notts skipper has gone.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously what happened to that one, but it seemed to be bowled. Well, he's been bowled middle stump, hasn't he? Which was an unusual one for Hamid. Whether it kept a... Just have a look. Just watching umpire O'Shaughnessy place back. Yeah, it's the middle one he's putting back in. So don't know if there was a graze on the ball, or he just played round it or over it. Might just get a second view of it here. With Moriarty on our monitors, just slowly going between umpire Warren and the stumps, round the wicket delivery. A little bit of purchase on it, and just straightened up nicely and did the damage.
He played around that, Hamid.
And if anyone can, Freddie McCann, and here he comes. Took 3 catches and got 3 wickets as well, so he did a pretty good job in dismissing Yorkshire inside 185 or so overs. Played his part, got his 3 wickets today. Career best bowling figures of 52 he ended up with, something like that. 3 for 52 I think it was. And he's on his way out to the middle. On the first day he was dismissed for 23. Caught Bairstow, bowled O'Rourke.
This is where they rip through now, Dave.
Well, could be.
9 for 50. Get them in. 108, knock them off. Game on.
Remember that draw that we said was inevitable?
Oh, our great friend, what's he? Remind me, historian's name, Dorji?
AJP Taylor. I'd got to say that in terms of the use of inevitable or a variable thereof, the James Bond film Moonraker, where he walks into that room that's decked out like an old regal palace. Drax is sitting there and he looks at Roger Moore and says, "Mr. Bond, you appear with the tedious inevitability of an unloved season." I love that line.
Another one that you could have claimed as your own, Dorji.
Yeah.
Moriarty then to the new man at the crease, Freddie McCann. Over the wicket to the left-hander. And that one goes through to Bairstow. McCann leaving that. And at the end of the 20th over, it's brought the breakthrough. Moriarty bowling Hamid. 1 for 30 to his name from his 8 overs bowled.
I'd have struggled to have associated Roger Moore with Moonraker. I'd have thought it'd been one of the two that followed Dalton or the other fella, Brosnan. But I've no doubt he's right. He seemed to know what he was talking about, didn't he?
You know, you say it confidently enough.
Yeah.
But then use of that expression, the other fella, that was of course George Lazenby's line when he turned up in on Her Majesty's Secret Service, referring of course to Connery. Something about the other fella this didn't happen to the other fella. 81 for 1 best from the Radcliffe Road end, and Slater right behind that, no run.
Did Connery come back?
Yeah,
was
came
the chronology
back for the following film.
But was there
Diamonds Are Forever.
Did Moore do it and then Connery came back?
No.
No.
Well, okay. More on that in a sec, because Slater, back with the cricketing world, has just pushed one wide of David Milan and gets a couple of runs for it. He did come back as James Bond it wasn't an Eon production, so it wasn't kind of an official James Bond film. Never Say Never Again, 1983, which was kind of they said it was a bit like a remake of Thunderball at the time, which he'd already obviously started anyway. Kim Basinger was in that with him, and of course they couldn't use any of the Bond music, so it didn't feel quite the same. As I was driven through the covers by Ben Slater up in the face and timed it very nicely for 4. 43 to him, 87 for 1.
We've stumbled upon another area of expertise here, Jamie.
I know. Well,
Well, of course, in 83 there was that. So there was Never Say Never Again and Octopussy, which Roger Moore was in. So there was obviously going to be a direct comparison between the two at the time.
For a second time, just lost their first. The second match, but they advanced that score to 81. Asiba Mead has just been bowled by the spinner Dan Moriarty. This one heading towards a draw. Notts 487 and 87 for 1. Yorkshire were bowled out for 510.
And a lovely shot by Slater off the back foot there. Hammered that one away through the covers. Best costing a few here in his 6th over. He's gone for 27 now. 91 for 1. Slater on to 47.
Yes, again, don't want to curse him, but it'd be nice if we can get 3 more runs. That would extend this sequence to 6 consecutive 50s in the Championship.
Not from that delivery, though. That's pushed up to the covers and Dan Moriarty field. Who'd be the James Bond of the respective teams, then, do you think? I mean, we've already got Q, haven't we? We've got GCH, George Hill. He's got to be Q. M, well, that'd probably have to be Moriarty or Milan.
Adam Lyth as James Bond. What do you reckon?
Adam
Crikey.
No, I think you do need to have a head of hair to be James Bond. Sorry, Budge. Maybe it could be a tall Matthew Revis type, something like that.
Wharton, maybe?
Swish. Yeah, James Wharton, possibly. Will Sutherland is on there, by the way, at slip at the moment.
And it's Moriarty bowling with Sutherland at first slip. Is it Adam Lyth that's off the field maybe at the moment? He's got his audition. Anyway, cover drive through for 4. Good shot there.
I don't know. I think we're missing the point here, Super cool and quietly self-confident. Finley Bean. Finn Bean. Could be Yorkshire's James Bond,
McCann off the mark with a lovely cover drive for 4, and he's now defending the 3rd delivery of his innings. So, okay, Dorji, given that clearly you know what you're talking about when it comes to James Bond, then order of Bonds. Connery first.
Yep.
Moriarty in, and that one's pushed into the offside, fielded by Matthew Revis. Lazenby one off. Connery continues.
For 1.
Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
Brosnan.
Yep.
And then
Daniel.
Daniel Craig. For some reason I thought Moore
And who's next?
came back. Well, that's the golden question now, isn't it? I think there's a problem with McCann's bat. He's not happy with it.
Some other Bond fans will be messaging in, by the way, and will, of course, point out that there was another Casino Royale made, which was a bit of a James Bond movie in the 60s.
The pictures, Freddie McCann has just been approached by umpire O'Shaughnessy. What's up, Fred? Let's have a look. And he's not only shown him his bat, he's handed O'Shaughnessy the piece of the bat that has broken off, and that's a good sized piece of wood. It's like a big chip that you get from your local chippy. A good chunk of wood has come off there, and O'Shaughnessy just smiled and gave it him back. Choice of bats here.
4
bats, eh? Crikey me. They all resemble each other. They've all got the white grip on. They're all obviously the same bat manufacturer that's getting a little bit of free sponsorship there from all those being brought out to him, and the zoom up of it, but that should feel no different in his hand. That bat manufacturer, by the way, is just a couple of miles from where we're watching the cricket.
So new bat in hand for McCann. And Moriarty coming over to him, and first bit of bat on ball with this new blade, and it's pushed up towards Milan at wide mid-off. He's a tall fellow, Will Sutherland at first slip. Long levers to get down should it come towards him. Moriarty getting that one through. McCann leaving it. It's a well-judged leave in the end.
That's good, I mean, presumably he's either in rented club accommodation, or he's in a hotel in Leeds. He could have been laid on his bed watching a bit of telly and whatever. It's good that he's here with the team.
Moriarty in, and that one's defended well by McCann. Yeah, I think he's a popular figure in the Yorkshire dressing room. He's captained his state side back in Australia, and he's been around the group for a fair while. I think he came out a few days, or maybe even over a week, before he made his blast debut, Will Sutherland. So he's been among the group for a fair while.
Big friend of Fergus O'Neill's, an outlaw Chris on cue says, talking of characters, Fergus O'Neill, certainly a lad. We exchanged a number of messages, and his enthusiasm for our game is second to none. I'll be love it when Fergus will come back to Notts. Thank you, Chris.
Dot ball there from Bess to Slater.
Did it again, watching the monitor instead of out the window.
Don't think anybody's going to quibble too much.
No, half a second late on.
Bess in again. Slater pushes to the tumbling Moriarty. No, wrong.
And Lily says you'd be the James Bond of the commentary box, Doidgy. Have you met him?
Bess floats one up.
Imagine that.
The man with the golden mic.
The name's Jay. JD.
Well, I've got to say, I don't know whether they'll be listening or not, but number one son is named after Bond. That is genuinely true.
How is Basildon?
Here's Bess again, and smothered this one over off stump, no run.
He's had a few of those, hasn't he, Ben Slater, where he's got the shot in and the ball somehow crept under his feet, and he'd have to take evasive action from it trickling towards the stumps.
Bess again, wider of off stump this time. Cut away into the deep for one. End of the over. 96 for one, with Slater just 2 from another half century.
Yeah, half an hour till tea. We'll come back out at 4 o'clock, and then we'll play for 50 minutes. So were Ben Slater to be eyeing up a century, were he able to stick around, I think he's got 30 minutes and 50 minutes either side of tea, so he's 48 not out. Played nicely up to this point. Of course, were he still going and approaching the landmark, of course, not presumably wouldn't declare on him if he was nearing his first 100 of the season, but that's all well in the future. And Moriarty going to bowl to him. Got the wicket of Hamid, and again Slater plays it down into the ground with soft hands and then has to have a little second attempt to stop it spinning back on the stumps. Getting a lot of revolutions here, Moriarty.
Must be really soft hands from Slater. It's barely leaving the crease, the ball, when it falls beneath him.
Short leg slip, conventional slip, short catching mid-wicket. Slater will drive this one to point, fielded by Revis, who's not speaking to anybody, and there's no run. He'll have shrugged that off, won't he? He's 93 not out. Everyday occurrence. Happens, boys, it happens. Slater again can't get it away, drives to extra cover this time. Malan stopped the ball, then couldn't find it. It was underneath his feet. He almost did a complete 360 before he located it again. Moriarty just teasing and tormenting Ben Slater, and Slater can't get the fourth ball of the over away, just helps it back to the bowler. Jack White's behind square on the leg side, bowled 3 overs at the start of the innings, a little wayward. Got one that flicked the fingers of Johnny Bairstow on its way through to 4 byes early on. Ooh. This one turns back into Slater, and he does well to keep it down.
Yeah, he's just got a couple to turn, hasn't he, Moriarty? And that one had a bit of bounce as well. It popped up on Slater. He dealt with it well.
Last ball of what's been a pretty decent over from Moriarty, and Ben Slater chops it down into the ground, and Will Sutherland does the field.
Yeah, I'll be happy to have got a few wickets in the match, Dan. It'll be interesting to see which way selection goes for York this coming weekend. Anthony McGrath suggesting that Ben Code would be straight back in the side, but that's not necessarily at the expense of Dan Moriarty or any other spinner. We'll see. Meanwhile at Chelmsford, it's become the placid pitch that we've come to know and begrudgingly admire down there, because still 5 down Essex and leading now by 127, so it looks as though they're pushing on towards the draw that looked like earlier in the match.
Yeah, 2 Centurions as well. Wetley's 106 not out, Pepper 103 not out in that one.
Here's Best, 2 slips and Silly mid-off in place, bowling to McCann, who opens the face and runs into Bean backward of point. No run.
Kent still alive, still just 7 down at Blackpool.
Best tosses this one up, McCann defends. Steve O'Shaughnessy was winging his arms round a couple of minutes ago when we had that short break. Maybe he fancies an over or 2. Best in again, and McCann runs it to slip, no run. I wonder if there's when you're out there umpiring and you've played the game at this level, whether you're itching to say to the bowler, oh no, you should be doing this or you should be doing that. Obviously you're not going to do that, you can't do that, but I wonder if there's an element of that goes on. Oh, I wish he did. Just straighten it up a bit here. I might give him out if he does, as McCann cuts one away to Jack White in the deep. .97 for 1. Slater back on strike, and this one quite high on the bat as he pushes forward. Did drop short and to the right of James Wharton, who's very close in at silly mid-off, just off the cut strip. Best delivers again, back foot this time, and stroked away by Slater to Jack White for 1 more. He'll start the next over on strike, and 49 not out from 82. It's 98 for 1 after 25 in a Nottinghamshire lead of 75 runs, for what that's worth.
I can't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday or some point anyway. I mentioned Steve O'Shaughnessy, and there was something in the back of my mind that he'd created a little bit of cricket in history. An unusual incident occurred on the 13th of September 1983, the last day of the 1983 County Championship. Lancashire were playing Leicestershire. Rain had delayed the start of play by a day and a half. On the final afternoon, facing an attack consisting of David Gower, 9 overs, none for 2, and James Whittaker, Lancashire Fowler and Steve O'Shaughnessy both scored centuries. Fowler in 46 minutes, O'Shaughnessy's in just 35. Here is Moriarty in to bowl, and it's defended. This performance won O'Shaughnessy the Walter Lawrence Trophy for the fastest century of the season. Despite its contrived circumstances, it equalled Percy Fender's 1920 record for the fastest century. Fender himself, 91 years old and blind, sent O'Shaughnessy a telegram, and the two met a few days later. This is dropped on the leg side and there's no run. I just thought there was something in the back of my mind about O'Shaughnessy with a quick century, but in contrived circumstances against the fearsome duo of David Gower and James Whittaker. But that was it, a 3-day game, and if you lost a day and a half of it due to rain, you had to do something just to get the game moving forward a little bit. Next ball is turned up to mid-on, and there's no run, 98 for 1. Hails from Bury, Greater Manchester, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Once we've got his page up, Slater turns this to leg, and that will be his 50. Second time in the game, 6th time in a row Ben Slater has reached 50 in first-class cricket. He's got there from 86 deliveries with 8 fours.
And that just reopens the debate about Bury or Bury, I suppose. A bit like Slowett or Slathwaite.
McCann with the 5th ball of the over behind square. It's Bury. Got to be Bury.
Very.
$99 for 1. Unless you're from East Anglia when they talk about Bury. Just popping up to Bury and crikey, that's a long drive. Oh, it's only just up the road, Bury St Edmunds. 99 for 1 after 26. McCann 5, Slater 50.
Susie Dent was on telly the other week talking about words that are just commonly mispronounced. Bury. February rather than February. Nottingham. Lots of people say Nottingham, don't they? Not Nottingham.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that when you see people say Nottingham. Nottingham Forest.
Sowerby Bridge.
Or Sowerby.
Or Sowerby, yep.
Or Sorby.
Sorby, that's how it is.
Bess bowling to Slater.
I always like it when there's a fairly new travel presenter. There's traffic in Slathwaite.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, the phones are going straight away.
Oh!
99 for 1. Slater just doing a bit of gardening after the first ball was patted back. Here's Bess. That one wraps the thigh pad, the pad flap, drops into no man's land, no run.
Certainly not suggesting that Yorkshire would make it easy for him, but if, as we approach 10 to 5, if he is a little short of a century.
Slater over the top of that, running it out to point, no run.
Rather than spend another 20 minutes on the field from York, you know where I'm coming from. Good opportunity for
that. I think we might be spending another 20 minutes on the field as Slater pushes it square on the offside and White fields one run.
I don't know, I think after tea, as the 100 comes up, we might just get you, well, probably not Adam Lythers, he's not on the field, but we might get one or two of the star names that haven't had a bowl yet having a go.
This one kicks, and Johnny Bairstow takes that above his left shoulder. McCann on strike. Watched it go by.
You would be far-fetched in trying to explain to an American who had no knowledge of the game what exactly they're playing for at the moment, wouldn't you?
Pass to McCann. Got enough on explaining to an Englishman who didn't know what's going on really. 100 for 1 at the end of the 27th.
Well, they always, always cite Americans, don't they? And the old tea towels.
I was heading up that back road, the A1.
There's tea towels, when you're in, you're in, and when you're out, and when you're out, another man's in, and all that business.
Is it still in print, that tea towel? I remember it in the local cricket club growing up.
A lot of cricket clubs have them, don't they? In the pavilion, somewhere near the kitchen. There we go, and here's Moriarty then bowling. LBW shout. Actually leapt in the air there, Dan Moriarty. But Russell Warren is not forgiving.
He was confident, wasn't he?
We're 3 runs away from 1100 in the match. As Moriarty bowls again, good delivery. Once more turning into Slater. All we've lost in terms of time to the weather are 2 overs at the end of the first. Was it the first evening or the second? It was first evening, wasn't it? We just got the 94 overs in, and we'd had the floodlights on for 20 minutes. So just worsened, and it's off.
I think Jamie had just...
Ball's pushed on the offside, and there's no run. No, you weren't here on the first day, were you? Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Who was it on the first? Oh, it was Kev, wasn't it?
Slater 51 not out. And another delivery beats him, goes through to Bairstow, and again Moriarty frustrated. Pretty sure he thought he'd bowled him there. This is good stuff from Dan Moriarty. Former Surrey man, of course. They've had a number of players go through the turnstiles there, not able just to nail down a place. This one's defended. Amir Verdi, I don't know where he's playing at the moment, came here 1 year and got, I don't know, 6 for and a 7 for or some such. You thought he's not going to be playing for Surrey long. We're playing for England, but he's not playing for either at the moment. Don't know where he went somewhere on loan, didn't he? Says chopped down by Slater, fielded by Sutherland, the sub-fielder. And that's the end of the over, 100 for 1.
Yeah, Adam Lyth still off the field, and Will Sutherland just imparting a bit of knowledge or information to Dom Best, so that they're still working on this game, aren't they? Because you've just seen Dom gesticulating about where the batter might hit the ball, and there are first-class wickets to be had.
Darren Milan's standing there turning his arm over.
Yeah, well, he has been known to bowl, hasn't he?
Oh yeah.
Did a leg spin.
Yeah, bowled a lot in his younger days.
Just not really seen him do that for Yorkshire. Probably it'll be less than half a dozen occasions. Might only be a couple.
He's had back issues, hasn't he, in his career?
Yeah. So, Beth, Radcliffe Road end, silly mid off, slip, a silly point, and a gully really. First ball is wide of Freddie McCann's off stump, and he's able to leave. Be very pleasant sitting out there at the moment, I'm sure. Sunny afternoon, not as stiff a breeze as we've had, as McCann just props forward and hockey style diverts it on its way to James Wharton along the deck. Pass in again, wide of off stump. There is turn, but McCann was in control, covered the off stump. Yeah, Bess again. That sidearm delivery that he sometimes throws in. Straight at the stumps. McCann defends.
Derbyshire set to score 316 against Gloucestershire, 150 for none.
Having a go. Another delivery wide of off stump, and McCann is not for laying a bat on this end quickly. He's in again. And McCann defends. 100 for 1 still at the end of the 29th over.
Well, if you look on the board, overs to bowl 32. I mean, normally we'd be going for tea when there's 32 overs remaining, but of course it's when 32 remain or 20 to 4, which is the latter. So we're 15 minutes ahead of time here. This has been hugely mistimed by both these sides here. But,
we're fixed anyway on day 4 anyway with the 340. Yeah.
But we're going to get 15 minutes of bonus cricket in here, perhaps to make up for some of the cricket we won't get later on. Yorkshire giving it everything. The boys are right. There's lots of chat out there as to how they can get another wicket. Moriarty bowls to Ben Slater again. He's found it very tricky over the last 20 minutes or so. He virtually raced to 47 since losing a mead. Things have got a lot harder. 19 from 56 this partnership, as the visitors are putting the brakes on. Moriarty again. Slater once more nudges it into the offside for nothing. Sometimes it just takes one bad ball to free the shackles, but at the moment Notts are under the pump a little bit, can't get the ball away. Moriarty to Slater. Sensed that was going to drift down the leg side and give him an opportunity to whip it away, but it just bounced a little bit more, got a little bit higher than Ben Slater was hoping for. Sun has returned to this part of the East Midlands. By and large, been a very pleasant day. Next ball sees Slater just momentarily leave his crease and then check and go back behind the line to punch it into the offside for nothing.
Yeah, there's been no run scored for precisely 3 overs now.
You just feel like there's either a big shot coming or potentially a wicket. This one's turned on the leg side, just to the left of short leg. No run though. Jack White positioned on the one. The Yorkshire coaching staff will be pretty pleased with how they've gone about this session. The attitude's been a positive one as Slater again defends, and the ball once more spinning around in the crease. Slater leans forward at the end of the over and sort of squeezes his helmet to let the sweat escape. For a while, certainly whilst Hamid and Slater were together, Notts were ticking along at more than 5 and over. It's down to just over 3 right now.
Put the squeeze on. I think we've said a few times this morning in terms of what can be achieved. It's all good practice in the middle, isn't it, really? David Milan is going to come on and bowl.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at his card and see when the last time he did bowl was. And it might take me a minute or two, but it might take me this entire over, in fact. But he's having a crack from the Radcliffe Road end. Last time I saw him, he threw up a few leggies. Who knows? He might have been in the nets and
well, his loosener
worked in a completely different style.
His loosener is just wrong-footed Will O'Rourke, who's then got to run off 15-20 yards to fetch the ball back. So Milan tries again to O'Rourke, and he respectfully lets it bounce twice this time. So that's his warm-up done. We should be ready to go.
Bowling to McCann, round the wicket. Fires that first one in. trying to get himself properly loose. His first class record with the ball, as he bowls this one and McCann defends, where he's got averages of 50 point something against his name in a few seasons, and he's bowled, but actually an average of 12 as well back in 2020 for England. As this one turns in towards the left-handed McCann.
Yeah,
there is no run.
Going to say, I've got a vision of him taking Test match wickets.
I'll get there for you eventually. He's back at his mark. Tosses this one up, driven into the covers. That's the first run he'll concede. White fields, and first run for a little while as well. 20 odd deliveries. Single to McCann takes him to 6, 101 for 1. 2 left in the over. Tosses this one up as well. And, Slater helps himself to a single out to the same sweeper. Final ball of the over. Wide on the crease, wide of the batter, who leaves, which has given me enough time, I think, now to tell you that the last time he bowled in a first class match, well, was actually, I'd forgotten this one, actually as recent as July 2023 against Sussex. That, I think, was at Headingley. It was. He bowled 3 overs for 8 in the second innings. Yeah, 3 overs for 8. So first time he's bowled in a couple of years. That was, in fact, July 2023.
There's Moriarty, left-arm spinner, bowling to Ben Slater, left-handed opening bat. So he's not had a wicket for a couple of years anyway.
No.
102 for 1.
So look back at when he got his last wicket.
32nd over. Moriarty showing the ball to umpire Warren, who peers at it, pops it through his gauge and gives it back to the bowler. Slater on 52. Moriarty wearing his sunglasses, bowls, cut to backward point, no run, cries of wait from Ben Slater.
Oh, his last wicket for Yorkshire was against Nottinghamshire here
2021.
2020. One of those Bob Willis Trophy matches.
102 for 1. Slater's on 52 and defends this one.
Tom Moore's, no, is that right? No, sorry, Tom Moore's caught him out. He got the wickets of...
Comes Moriarty once more. Slater again turns it to leg, but Jack White's there, no run.
He got the wickets of Samit Patel, caught Brook, bowled Milan 38, and Jake Ball caught Lythe, bowled Milan without scoring first ball. So he might have been on a hat-trick there, possibly.
Horses for courses then. He's the man
24 off 6.
He's the man for Trent Bridge. Kicked away by Slater. Moriarty optimistically asking the umpire if it might have gone on to hit the stumps, and Russell Warren obviously feels there was an element of doubt, so gives it not out.
So just the 5 years between drinks. He has taken first-class wickets on one occasion since then. That was Australia versus England in the second test of 2021.
Slater going hard at that one. Maybe Ben Slater hit the ground as it goes through to Johnny Bairstow. End of the over, 102 for 1. McCann 6, Slater 52. In this innings, Notts have lost to Seabermead, bowled by Dan Moriarty for 38, and earlier in the day, or up until the luncheon interval. Yorkshire extended their first innings from 414 for 6 to 510 all out this morning. They lost the wickets of George Hill, bowled Freddie McCann for 30. Dominic Best stumped Ishan Kishan, bowled Freddie McCann for 26. Will O'Rourke run out. Fine bit of work from Lyndon James. O'Rourke out for naught. Jack White bowled McCann naught, leaving Matthew Revis, unfortunately, 93 not out.
Milan then looking for that first-class wicket since December 2021. Won't get it with a rank wide full toss, and Freddie McCann gave that the treatment, hammered it away for 4 through the covers. Manos Labuschagne for 51 caught Stokes. Bowled Milan in the second innings of Australia's was that a win against England in 2021? It will have been, no doubt. Yep, 275 run win. He also got Jai Richardson out, so that's his most recent wicket in first class cricket, caught by Joss Butler. And he's in and bowling again, and this one slightly uppishly cut by Freddie McCann, but a very loose delivery, and has gone for 4. 8 balls for 10 runs so far. David Milan, his strike rate's over 100, 110 for 1.
Yeah, first over was okay. This over has begun 4-4.
Fielders dispersed to some extent, and that's a lovely push by McCann, but straight to James Wharton in the covers. Again, no run. Milan floats this one up sharply. It turns from well outside off stump. McCann has it covered. 2 to come.
3 minutes before tea.
He's in again. Ooh, McCann gets this one turning sharply in towards him, hits it towards the inside of the bat. There's a crowd catch.
Yeah.
Bump ball.
One bounce, one hander, one hand, one bounce, whatever it is.
And Milan for the final ball of the over is cut by McCann again. That's going to give Dan Moriarty a bit of work to do on the chase, and they're going to settle for a sensible 2 rather than a rushed 3. End of the over. Milan's gone for 1 a ball off his 2 overs. It's 112 for 1 with McCann now on to 16.
Yeah, that might be it for David Milan, because right on tea now, so there'll be 1 more over before everybody can have a cuppa. Come back at 4, and I'm sure they'll not be going after 10 to 5. They might find a reason just to have a bit of a chat and a shake of hands before then. 112 for 1. Bairstow, he's certainly not eager to get back to the change rooms just yet. He's hanging about at the far end. Going to be a bowling change, I think. Who's this coming on?
Ishan Kishan has decided to play for Yorkshire. It's
still Moriarty. Yeah. He's just going to go round the wicket. That was it. That's why he was marking out a fresh approach. It's bowled almost exclusively over the wicket, and it'll be Moriarty to Ben Slater. 6 balls away from the tea interval, unless a wicket goes down, in which case they'll troop off early. That's 112 for 1. Slater defends, and there's no run. So this innings began straight after lunch. So we've had, this is the 34th over. Just the 1 wicket of a Seba Mead after 4 wickets went down before lunch. First session in the match that we've had more than 3 wickets as Slater gets off strike. Just gently running it on an angle of 45 for 1. $113 for 1. brings Freddie McCann on to strike. Took 10 off the last over ball by David Milan. The young left-hander, 20 years of age, reaches forward and pushes this into the offside. There's no run. Mentioned that Derbyshire run chase, still going along very nicely indeed. 169 without loss, require 147 more down at Bristol. 113 for 1. Moriarty bowls, McCann pushes it in the offside. I think he was interested in a single. Ben Slater wasn't. Told him to wait there. We're 2 deliveries away from the break. Moriarty going to go back over the wicket. I think we've brought you up to speed already with everything that's happened today. So in a moment or two we'll be heading off for a cuppa. We'll be back at 4 o'clock when the players return, as McCann reaches forward and negates any turn that there might have been there for Dan Moriarty. Last ball of the break, Slater will go in 53 not out from 111 deliveries. Freddie McCann is 16 not out from 35. And it might be 1 ball to go or not, but Johnny Bairstow not letting Notts rest on their laurels is, as Finlay being just to don the helmet for this last ball and go in at silly point. Well, he's got, in fact, he's going to square and square. Beg your pardon, he's moved to his left from square, so he's almost a very short extra cover, silly extra cover, down crouching, wicket keeper like, just in front of Freddie McCann on the offside. Moriarty bowls and Freddie McCann prods it into the offside for 1 run, so he'll be on strike when they come back. So it is tea at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire have advanced their second innings score to 114 for 1 from 34 overs, I beg your pardon. Ben Slater 53 not out from 111, and Freddie McCann is 17 not out. So tea here in Nottingham. We expect to be only playing up until about 10 to 5, so 50 minutes left in this one, which for a long time has seemed to be making its way towards a draw. We'll confirm that for you when we come back. Hope you'll join us in about 20 minutes' time. So welcome back everybody to Trent Bridge as we're just about to embark upon the 12th and final chapter of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game here at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire, who will go back to the top of Division 1. They led going into this round of matches by 10 points. Yorkshire with, beg your pardon, Surrey with the victory yesterday over Worcestershire. They've temporarily taken over the top spot, but once this is confirmed as a draw, then Notts will go back top, but the lead will only be 2 points going into the final 6 matches of the season. Some interesting scenes, those of you who were watching on the live stream, and more importantly for those of you that aren't, the live stream very much focusing on Johnny Bairstow. Hasn't got his pads on anymore. He's got the ball in his hand, he's flicking it around, he's fooling around with the umpires. Bowling action. I just wonder if Johnny Bairstow's going to have a bowl. Finlay Bean, you can't keep him out of this game, can you? He's got the pads on. So it's going to be an interesting little mini session. Notts won't want to lose focus. Certainly Ben Slater 53 not out. Freddie McCann 17 not out. They will know that almost certainly at 10 to 5 the decision will come to shake on this one. There's nothing more that either side can do. There's just not enough time left for either side to force a win. Johnny Bairstow's, I think, fooled everybody there by coming up to the umpire, and as I say, he was tossing the ball around and whatever, but he has decided that it will be Dominic Best to bowl the first over after tea. But Bairstow does have his pads off. He's fielding at backward point, 45 position. Been with the pads on, and we're underway after tea. Dominic Best bowling to Freddie McCann, who's on 17, blocks the first ball. Board says there's 27 overs remaining. Don't expect to get anywhere near that as Best is in again, and this is pushed back onto the offside. Close in on the offside there is James Wharton. Close as close can be on the offside. There's Bess in once more to McCann, just plays it down into the ground, and there's no run. 114 for 1. Fourth ball of the over being delivered again from around the wicket, and McCann not taking any undue liberties, reaches forward again, happy to block. There's no run. There's 2 fielders on the leg side, but Best not giving McCann any opportunity to work the ball there. 5th ball of the over defended at the feet of Wharton. Moriarty's extra cover, turning his arms around, so it may well be him to continue from the far end, but Best has begun with a maiden delivered in about 90 seconds. 114 for 1 at the end of that over, the 35th of the innings. Yeah, Moriarty's already taken his cap off. Will O'Rourke just turning his arm over and also turning his wrist over as if he fancies a bowl with the leggies, but certainly Johnny Bairstow is the one to watch. That's the keen one. There's Johnny Bairstow out there was flicking the ball around and making out that he was going to bowl before handing it to Dominic Best. It is going to be Moriarty, the wicket taker so far. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 37. As I'm joined in the commentary box by Jamie Rayner.
That's the point of interest, isn't it, Johnny Bairstow? Reliably informed downstairs that he's only bowled 1 over in first class cricket, as Moriarty to begin his 16th over, and Slater 53 to his name, just defending that. Finlay Bean behind the stumps then, with the gloves on, Moriarty in his shades. And again, Slater finding the ball and then having to just kick it away or accidentally. Seen that quite a lot.
So has he done some keeping? Is he second 11 keeper? Has he come through
Finley,
the
yeah, he's done a
ranks?
bit of keeping. Yep, he has. You often see him in the warm-up with the gloves on. Likes to get behind the stumps when he can. And that one's it. Slightly uppish on Slater, who on the back foot cuts through the covers and overcomes Milan to field. The two cross, single taken. I couldn't tell you what Johnny bowls.
I think we'll find out in this session. It might not be till about 4:45, but I think we'll find out.
He walked out, didn't he? He was loosening up. The shadow bowling. And the Yorkshire skipper is at leg slip at the moment. First slip in place, and it's a full delivery that's dug out by McCann, who's on 17.
Noticed a tee that somebody we were talking about earlier in the match that's played for both these sides recently. He's got 100. Sam Northeast of Glamorgan.
Over the wicket is Moriarty. That one's clipped down into the ground and it bounces over Wharton at short leg. Thought about the single McCann. Slater tells him to stay. Don Best fielding the lead for Notts 92. 1-1-5 for 1. Moriarty. Oh, he gets an inside edge on that. McCann. And nutmegs him as it goes through his legs. End of the over. Notts 115 for 1. And Moriarty with a maiden, I think.
Subfielder. Just come on, number 26.
Ben Cliff to replace George Hill, I think it was, who scurried off. We're not going to see YJB just yet, but he's just letting a bit of air get to his hands and his and his shins as he has a wander round at mid-off to Ben Slater.
Finn will be enjoying the gloves on as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they drew lots, or maybe he got the choice because he got the highest score in the match that he could either keep or bowl, and he decided to fancy keeping.
His best then round the wicket, floats it up, drilled through the offside, not with too much power, but get a comfortable couple of runs. Bairstow escorting the ball out towards the boundary, and then eventually reaches down and retrieves it. 2 more to Slater. Goes on to 56, 117 for 1. Ben Slater passing 9,000 first-class runs in this innings. This is cut to backward point, and he'll get another single. Moves to 57. In the first innings, he passed 2,500 runs on this ground alone here at Trent Bridge, and of course, this is his second county. Had a good number of years with Derbyshire before moving to Notts back end of 2018. This is eased into the offside. Plenty of sunshine over Trent Bridge at the moment. Slater's second match for Notts. His home debut was against a century. There's a ball fired up there by Bess, and Freddie McCann playing it with bat and pad thrust together. LBW shout turned down. Certainly Yorkshire at no stage in this innings could you say they've just decided to take the foot off the gas and are going through the motions, even with a change of wicket-keeper. Next ball's defended. They've had 1 or 2 little meetings. They've discussed a number of things. The fielders have been regularly switched with a view to trying to create a bit of pressure as McCann chops this into the offside. Will get a single. Slater and McCann nearly ran into each other then, but the single safely negotiated. Oh, it's a no ball. Is that no ball? He stood there with his arm. Well, clearly it wasn't, but that could have fooled an idiot, because the umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, everybody else presumed and knew it was the end of the over, so they set about walking here, there and everywhere, and for whatever reason Steve O'Shaughnessy just stood with his right arm extended, but clearly it was something else he was pointing at. 119 for 1.
And nobody was really interested,
No,
were they? They
no.
were just letting him do his thing, Steve.
See it in the international matches now, don't you? They call over and they start walking away, and then the klaxon will go off and everybody has to go back and complete the over.
McCann on strike. Conventional slip, leg slip, short leg in place. Finley Bean with the gloves on behind the stumps, Johnny Bairstow. Had a bit of a switch with Finley. Moriarty, good length delivery. McCann behind that one, then takes guard. So, 4 fielders on the leg side. 2 on the off. Moriarty continuing from the far end. Balling towards us here at Trent Bridge with the sun shining, and that one's played into the ground by McCann. It bounces up to the subfielder. A bit of encouragement around the bat. Moriarty is in again. And that one's wide of James Wharton under the lid.
The match a few weeks ago at Durham, there was a sponsor's logo on the outfield at the far end with a white band across it.
4th delivery for Moriarty. Backing away is McCann, but he gets bat on ball.
And the commentary position at Chesterley Street is a little lower than we are here, and from where we were, you just couldn't see when the umpires extended their arms. It was lost in the white sponsor's logo on the outfield.
Moriarty in, and it's a lovely cut, late cut by McCann. Chase for Matthew Revis, and he manages to pick up the ball. McCann picks up 2 runs for his troubles. Moves on to 20. Partnership with 40. Notts 1-2-1 for 1. That lead 98 now on Yorkshire. And this is the same shot, but a little bit more bounce on offer for Moriarty. Dot ball to end that over. 38 of them bowled. Nottinghamshire 1-2-1 for 1. And again, Johnny Bairstow just teasing us all as he waits for Don Best to come over and continue from the Radcliffe Road end. But he's definitely keeping us interested. YJB.
Freddie McCann made 23 in the first innings, and when he was dismissed, the score was 121 for 2. So had he gone then, a little bit of symmetry that he wouldn't have wanted to have known. Might still happen, of course. That's on 121 as Dominic Best starts a new over, floats it up there, and Slater, with bodies and obstacles around him and in front of him on the offside, pushes it out as far as Ben Cliff, the subfielder. Next delivery on its way, and Slater this time gently pushes it behind square. End of 4 days. He played for 4 days and nobody won. This one's dropped on the leg side by Slater. He'll get a single. Moves to 58, 122 for 1. Notts winning the toss. Right back on Sunday morning. Seba Mead, the captain, opting to bat first. And Notts had a very good first day. This is turned to leg by McCann. There's no run. Ended on 298 for 6. Ben Slater out for 96, the top scorer. But certainly on the second morning, they had a really good time of things. Scoring over 150 in that session, as this is just played down gently behind square on the offside. Ishan Kishan and Liam Patterson-White in particular on that second morning, having a little bit of fun before both fell for 87. Full toss swept away by McCann. Just waited for a loose ball. Didn't seem as if it was ever going to come from Dominic Best, but that one just drifted on the full down the leg side and just paddled away by McCann for 4. 126 for 1 at the end of the 39th over. The board says there's 22 to go, but the I think significant part of that scoreboard is the clock. It says 17 minutes past 4, and pretty sure when we get to 16:50 that will be that.
Still a few left in. Although half of the hardy faithful of 4 that were sitting over in the far corner look to have left. Giving it up at tea maybe. Gone on to get their tea.
Moriarty then, again to continue from the Stuart Broad end. And got Slater defending and eased towards Matthew Revis backward of point. 58 from 120 deliveries. Ben Slater. Moriarty in. Shouts of catch it. And well, the grab was taken cleanly, but that can't have carried. There was a few bodies around James Wharton who had the ball in his hand. Moriarty leading the appeal, but umpire Warren unmoved at the far end. Moriarty, third delivery of his 18th over, and Slater backing away and cutting that towards Milan.
Derbyshire's openers put 180 or so on. Now they've both gone in quick succession. 189 for 2 at Bristol. They need 127 more to defeat Gloucestershire in Division 2.
It's a full-length delivery that's driven by Slater through the gap. But Matthew Revis gives chase. Keeps it to just the single. McCann moves on to strike. 127 for 1 hour Nottinghamshire.
Yorkshire's over 8 is good as well, +6. So may well be that the tempo of the game, such as it is, might just tail away a little bit over the next 20 minutes.
Similar field for McCann, who is dropping that towards James Wharton at short leg.
So Yorkshire in action at York, starting Sunday. God willing, I'll be down at Taunton, where Notts face Somerset.
Solidly defended by McCann. From the bowling of Moriarty, end of that over. Nottinghamshire 127 for 1. Our lead is 104, matter of time now. And Don Best will continue from Radcliffe Road end.
Have me annual pint of cider at some point in the 4 days, no doubt. I don't know why. Just go down to the West Country. Do you want a drink? Yeah. I'll have a cider, please. I wouldn't do it anywhere else in the country.
Feels right, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
When in Rome.
Yeah. Or Dublin. Yeah.
Or Yorkshire.
It's best then, bowling to Slater. Protection on the offside fence. Gets another single. Moves to 59. 128 for 1. Yorkshire's swapped the wicket-keeping pads over during tea. Finlay Bean behind the sticks. This one's deflected behind Finlay Bean and a single taken by Freddie McCann. He moves to 25, 128 for 1. Johnny Bairstow just taking his cap off at mid-off, running his fingers through his luxurious locks. Pops the cap back on. Wonder if he'll get a bowl. He's the captain. This is chopped to backward point. There's no run. Dawid Milan had 2 overs before tea, not having taken a wicket for Yorkshire since 2020. Bassett in again. Edge to slip. Was that on the bounce?
It looked like it, but I wouldn't mind seeing a replay.
There was certainly no histrionics or excitement by anybody. Must have been on the bounce. But the man at slip, who has been George Hill, but now obviously isn't because he's off the field. Who's that at slip?
I know George is back on.
Yeah, sounds like George, yep.
Oh, it is George. Full toss by Dom Bess. He would describe that as filth. Freddie McCann would describe that as filling your boots, because he's pulled that one away on the full out on the leg side, and it's gone for 6. And it's one of our cameramen down there just emerging from his box to throw it back. And that's Leo Lewis. Can't see him down there. Need producer Kirsty to help out here. We should get a good view of this one. 54. This is the edge to George Hill. Oh. And well, we didn't see it. The picture jumped. He was about to play it, and then the ball was on the ground. I don't know if the picture jumped for everybody, but the one did in here. 135 for 1. So McCann on 25. That's 6, takes Slater to 66.
What we did get from that replay, albeit not much, is Moriarty to continue from the far end, and McCann is defending that one into the offside. We did get a still image of Don Bess's reaction, and he looked a little bit downbeat, shall we say. So I do wonder if it carried on or not. His reaction suggests that it might have done. Bit of disappointment for Dom. That final delivery goes all the way for 6. McCann on 25. Worked around the corner. Sutherland is on, so Adam Lyth, who's still off the field of play at the moment. Tall Australian.
It'd be a week to forget for Adam if he tweets something.
Yeah. yeah, not the best of it as Adam Lyth, as that one's left alone by McCann.
You know the old saying, it can't get any worse.
It can.
Gets the first ball.
Artie coming around the wicket now. McCann on strike, and a straight delivery is solidly defended by Freddie McCann. It looks like Ben Cliff's on as well for Yorkshire at the moment.
Yeah, we said that a minute or two ago.
But for who?
Adam Lyth, I suppose.
If Will Sutherland is on as well, as McCann drops that backward of point offside. Where Sutherland.
Oh, he's down at backward square.
Are they playing with 13?
Why not? At this stage. Moriarty to McCann, and that's solidly defended. Might it be Jack White?
Yep.
Who's off the field as well. So, end of the 42nd, Nottinghamshire 135 for 1. Again, we look towards Bess and Bairstow, and the cap is handed to O'Shaughnessy by Don Bess.
The umps are having a chat here. Not sure what about. It was a gesticulation from Russ Warren to Steve O'Shaughnessy, with as if he was questioning something.
Why are we still here?
Yeah, what are we doing? Can we take a 15% wedge cut and just call it off now? About 24 minutes before stumps should be pulled.
Bairstow's just signalled to the changing room. Oh, there you go, you probably heard that. That's all it was. Drinks break at 35 past, so in 8 minutes time. Thank you, Johnny.
It's best bowling. First ball of the over defended. Whilst we were listening to Johnny, second ball is pushed behind. In fact, exactly square on the offside. No run.
It's a bit of a public service announcement, that wasn't it?
I have to take you through the next over from the Stuart Broad end. Here's Johnny Bess.
Best bowls, and Slater plays it down again at the feet of Wharton. Stood in front of him, 135 for 1.
Doubtless tell us that he can make it sound much better than we do.
Yes, I Don't think that'll be the quickest drinks break that there's ever been in county championship cricket either, as this is cut to
Yes.
backward point.
Might last about 15 minutes.
Yeah, it may well do. The one at midday, they were laid down on the ground, several of the Nottinghamshire team. Bass in again, cut away by Slater with force, but can't get it beyond.
It takes a little while for a big man like that to get down so quickly.
135 for one. There's Bess around the wicket. Ball's a quicker ball, fuller ball that Slater keeps out. End of the over. Slater stays 66, McCann 25. Knots 135 for one. Not that it has any relevance at all, but Nottinghamshire's lead is 112.
Another chat between O'Shaughnessy and Warren. How you doing, mate, over there? Is it a nice view from that angle? I've forgotten what it's like now since I've been down this end. Yep, Russ Warren just saying, make sure you stick a drop of vodka in mine when you bring it out.
I'm sure they've never been in this position before, where the overs have nearly been bowled before we get near the final hour. Both sides have rattled through the overs today. A lot of overs of spin, of course, from both sides.
I'm looking forward to this YJB
Oh,
over or two.
We all are. It's keeping us going, I think.
One over after drinks break. Do you think he'll be on?
Might be a bit early, that. You know, need to get deep into the contest.
Moriarty with a full-length delivery, bit of oohs and ahs again around the bat. McCann defending.
I think he might want two to get loose.
It's 6 to 4 that he'll take off his sweater. Evens that he'll put his cap on backwards.
Will he keep the shades on? Moriarty has been. Oh, that's beating the outside edge. Has it? No, it's gone back to Moriarty. McCann there. Solid blade on that. For a moment I thought Bean had taken that behind the stumps. Bairstow at first slip, George Hill at leg slip, Wharton short leg, and that's dropped into the offside by McCann. He sets off, wanted the quick single, and Slater was far from interested. Head down, not looking at him.
I think we've got the information to hand on when Johnny last bowled and his last wicket.
Yep.
Moriarty over the wicket to the left-handed McCann, and that one is defended into the offside.
There'll be one more over before that drinks break, won't there?
I'm a fan of these announcements from the field, just to keep us all in the know what's going on. McCann waits. Lovely sunshine here at Trent Bridge. It's been decent weather throughout the day. That has beaten the outside edge.
Yes, I'm not sure how beneficial it's been for the players, although certainly the Notts players are saying they're not really minded being this end of the ground, but it's certainly been a help for us.
Yeah.
Able to hear a little more and easier to get access to them.
Moriarty in again. And that's a late shot, late cut from McCann. He's played it well. And Matthew Revis with the chase down in front of us. Moriarty's gone down, holding his right foot. And he's just waving, signalling over to the Yorkshire changing room. He's maybe in a bit of trouble, I'm not sure. But there's certainly some urgency in regards to trying to get somebody on for him. He's
right ankle, I think.
Yeah, he's waggling his foot around in the air. He's laid down on his back for those that aren't watching the pictures, and he's just stretching out the right leg via the help of Russell Warren.
I don't know if Johnny came out in sympathy or if he was joking there, but he did limp his way out towards the ball and didn't pick it up.
We might have that drinks break now, rather than at the appointed 16:35. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen.
That looks like cramp. Matthew Rivers stretching it out now for Dan Moriarty. Well, as soon as you were saying there, Dave, about maybe being a bit of a slog in the field for Yorkshire, right on cue. Yeah, so early drinks break.
Cramp for Moriarty after 20 overs. Liam Patterson-White says, "What? What?"
Yeah.
I just got loose by then. Adam Lyth and Jack White, the drinks carriers now for Yorkshire. Dear me, I mean, in a moment, buttons will come on and there'll be somebody like, I don't know, Aladdin will pop in from the stage left. What's all going on today?
Strange.
Bairstow loosening up.
Yeah, I was going to say keep your eyes on Bairstow, because Moriarty might not go the distance. 137 for 1. Kent still 7 down at Blackpool. 223 for 7, trying to hang on. Joey Everson, formerly of this parish, and the Italian international Grant Stewart are together. Stewart 69 not out, Joey Everson 56 not out. Kent 42 behind, but you'd imagine 1 wicket and the doors to the losers' dressing room will open. Going to be a draw at Chesterley Street, needn't bother with that one. Essex have now lost a 6th wicket. They lead Hampshire though by 191, so I don't think there'll be enough time for Hampshire to chase that down. They still need 4 wickets, but they have managed to get Michael Pepper out for 140. Tom Wesley's there on 124. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 123 for 3. They require 254 more, so that's not going to happen. And I would imagine from afar, unlikely that Somerset will get 7 wickets in the last hour or so. The one to keep an eye on in Division 2 all of a sudden is at Bristol, where Derbyshire 208 for 2 require 108 more. They're making a real charge of that. Second place Derbyshire going into this round of matches behind leaders Leicestershire, who are still being frustrated by centuries there for Sam Northeast and Colin Ingram. Ingram still at the crease. 323 for 5, Glamorgan leading by 100, so that may well be a draw. So extra incentive for Derbyshire, who are second, as I say, to beat Gloucestershire. Kent hanging on against Lancashire, and Northants 196 for 2. They require 115 more to beat Middlesex, so that might be a tasty finish at Wantage Road as well. All the scores, all the updates, and indeed all the commentary once we're done here. Don't forget, on the BBC Sport website, on the cricket page, we understand if you want to turn your affections elsewhere, but spread the love around some of our colleagues, some of the other commentators up and down the grounds, and see if you can find a match that you've got a little bit of a vested interest in, and be able to listen to their conclusions. Here, 137 for 1. We've had a drinks break. What's happening now then, JD?
James Wharton, who did take a wicket. Let me find. Oh, he's thrown me there. I was Bairstow ready, and Wharton's come on.
Is Agent Moriarty still out there?
Agent Moriarty
is
still out there, yeah. James Wharton, let's have a look. He bowled at Glamorgan. I think that might be his only previous first class spell. I'm not sure it was first class, but spell in first class cricket.
dodgy.
I'm happy to stand him up on that one, as that's wide of off stump first up and turns away from the left-hander. Where are we? James Henry Wharton. Oh no, he's not happy with something there down by his feet. Bowling to Slade. These are the sort of bowlers that, you know, Ben will desperately not want to get out to as well.
Yeah.
I want that one to sneak through on inside edge onto the top of his bails or whatever.
You're thinking one of the 6 has got to be short and loose, short and wide. It's got to be a loose one. You've got to be thinking that.
Previously bowled 85 balls, 1 maiden, 1 for 128. So he might have bowled in 2 matches, and he has been helped off for a 1 down through third man. It was a tricky delivery for Ben Slater to have to deal with.
Good area, that. Nothing wrong with that delivery.
All that time spent at Holmfirth School as in the playground, all coming to bear fruit now as McCann drops that into the pitch, and there's no run.
Is that the last of the summer wine country?
Yep.
Holmfirth, yeah.
Wharton in again. Carefully planned strategy here to McCann as he pushes forward into the offside. Moriarty in to field. Now this is the one that he tosses up, and McCann picks out Matthew Revis on the mid-wicket boundary. You can feel it coming. Final ball of the over. Wharton in now. Oh no, it's thrown it down halfway down the track outside off stump. Hammered away to the juggling Ben Cliff. 139 for 1, and Wharton going for just the 2. He's leading on the economy rates here for Yorkshire in this Nottinghamshire second innings.
Who's been the pick of the non-bowlers then from either side? I'm asking that question before what we hope to be an over at least from YJB, but who's been the pick of the non-bowlers?
Yeah, on the back of that over.
In terms of what do you mean?
Well, just in the game. Who's
Well, Finlay Beans, the non-bowler. Is that what you mean?
no? Who's been the pick? Who's
Very
bowled,
clever, very like that.
Who's bowled the best out of those that don't normally bowl? Hamid's thrown the arm over a few times, hasn't he?
Yeah.
We've had Milan. I know he's bowled previously in his career. He's thrown a few down. Wharton recently. Moriarty. And that one's blocked, defended, and it bowls around the crease. Freddie McCann, I mean, he bowls a bit more than the non-bowler, doesn't he, Dave? He's got decent figures.
Yeah. That's 5 first-class wickets he's got now. He did all right today, didn't he? Got the 3 for.
I'd probably give it to him if we're going to put him in that category. Yeah, Moriarty again, just floating it outside off stump. And McCann behind it. Bairstow still at first slip. I've not seen any of George Hill with the ball in hand this innings.
Keep your powder dry, I think, for York on that front.
Absolutely, absolutely. Moriarty into McCann, and again he's behind that ball, drops it into the offside. A flurry of overs from Jack White and Will O'Rourke, but no need. The game as it is. There's YJB just loosening up, first slip, turning the arms over, teasing us now. Moriarty into McCann, flights it up there.
Just quickly, because I tend to forget, huge thanks to all the camera crew that's been on duty for this game through the 4 days. Lee, Lewis, Ella, Rebecca, Barney, Spence, Wilson, of course, Aaron and Kirsty in the production office as well. Thank you all. Your devotion to duty is appreciated now. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Not easy standing out there in all weathers 4 days in a row. Thank you.
Yeah, here on that front as around the wicket Moriarty comes, and that one's defended by McCann.
Bairstow continuing to that well-hackneyed routine of his at slip.
Do you think he will bowl? I don't. I think he's just kidding everybody along.
Maybe he's just frightening the rest of the team. If you don't get a wicket soon, I'm going to bowl myself.
Moriarty round, and he angles that one across the left-handed McCann.
Oh no.
Cap's off.
Cap is off.
Here we go.
I do also have to say I apologise to James Wharton. It did him a disservice. He's bowled on 4 previous occasions in first-class cricket. An outstanding 1 over for 5 against Worcestershire with his debut bowling performance. He got the wicket of Billy Root at Morgan.
Bairstow's done you again.
9.1 overs for 108 against Worcestershire. That was when they were setting a game up, and 2 overs for 14 against Northants in September last year. Last match of the season was the last time Warps bowled, and he's on again here, James Wharton.
He did O'Shaughnessy as well, because he walked up, gave him his cap, and O'Shaughnessy was laughing, and then he took it back off him.
Got himself loose here. Bowling to the Wharton plan. Slater on strike. Ooh, goes back foot and treats that with the respect it deserves, stroking it out square on the offside for a single.
Thanks to everybody who's been with us as well, watching, listening, communicating. Really appreciate it. Lots of really interesting topics, lots of great messages. Sincere thanks from all the commentary team to everybody that's been there.
Here's Wharton again. Look at that. Nathan Lyon will be on the phone at the end of this one, asking for a chat with James about how he flights that ball. Another dot played this time by McCann.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
He fluffs his lines there.
He chopped his hat.
It's just disturbed James in his run-up. Here he comes again. Ooh,
There it is.
Flight and guile. He bangs it in.
That was the bouncer.
And the speed gun has recorded that one at 37 miles per hour as it's pulled out to Matthew Revis on the mid-wicket boundary.
Bar that delivery, I think he's bowled fairly well. James Wharton.
Threatening a donkey drop over the top into Finn Bean's gloves. Ben Slater's not laughing. The last thing he wants to do is get out here. He's got to ramp up the concentration. Oh, what a delivery from James Wharton. That has spat out of the Trent Bridge turf, causing Ben Slater all sorts of problems. He can't quite get over the top of it. It's a good job for him that Will O'Rourke wasn't in at Silly Point there.
I think the words are supposed to match the pictures.
141 for one.
The man who put the harm in pharmacy said they should have shaken hands last night and played a one-day game today, perhaps.
Well, they've got about 5 minutes to go. James Wharton with 2 left in his second over from this Radcliffe Road end. Oh, fires this one in that little bit quicker. That's his Duzra. And it's run down to third man for a single. And now all we need from his repertoire is the leg stump Yorker to see the back of Freddie McCann. And he'll have gone through the full Monty, James Wharton, in the space of just 12 deliveries.
Bairstow has just bowled a ball. It's across to Moriarty.
Close this one up, attempting tasty teaser, and McCann has to defend. James Wharton 2 overs for 5. Get him on at both ends, 142 for 1.
Should get him out of the sun, Jamie. 142 for 1. I suspect there'll be one more over.
Well, I'm enjoying myself.
Yes. Now the cap's off. Come on now, Johnny.
You two miserable souls.
Don't play us off.
Well, he took the cap off last over, but Kevin Marriott says he's heading off to Taunton next week. So perhaps see you down there, Kev. Jonathan Bairstow, eyes closed. He's got his picture on the big screens here at Trent Bridge.
Well, Johnny Bairstow, 799 test wickets to his name. Comes on from the Stuart Broad end, and how fitting that he's bowling at the end of his former teammate of so long for England. And in terms of his own cricketing statistics, YJB just one previous match in which he's bowled, and his first delivery there, full and wide, and Slater with a thick outside edge playing a false stroke first up down to short third man for a single. Johnny bowled once previously against Durham back in 2014, 1 over for 1 run. So his entire first-class career of bowling tally has just been doubled at a stroke there.
It's his first bowl for 11 years.
Yep. There he is wide on the crease. Oh, he's a little leg stumpish this time, but Freddie McCann, well, he was being kind there, and he's turned that one square on the leg side for a single. 3 minutes before the scheduled handshakes, and Bairstow's just gone across to Milan and said, I don't know what we've been doing trying to get runs all this time, but this is absolutely, it's just a doddle, is this? Incidentally, because I'm sure you'll all be thinking, as we always talk about at times like this, what about his dad? Well, David Bairstow did have a bowl on quite a few occasions for the Yorkies. Johnny's
He's dragging this out until 10-2, isn't he?
Intent on having a chat. Fires this one in from wide on the crease, and Slater dismissive this time through the covers for 4. Johnny just says, I'm just teeing you up here, Ben. You know I'm going to get you before the end of this over.
And Ben's saying, you do realise we're not going to declare at the end of this over.
David Bairstow, 9 first-class wickets for 308 runs at 34.
It is Nott's prerogative, actually, to declare or go on.
Yep. Slater pushing out to point this time. 2 to come in the over. Will he produce the wrong on this time? Just making Slater wait. YJB very precise with this run up. Oh, he's fired that one in. That's his quicker delivery. And Slater had to be on his mettle to defend that. 1 to come. What will the celebration be like if he can pick up the wicket of Ben Slater from this delivery?
The Sheffield Outlaw says, is this what Rob Key had in mind for the Kookaburra ball?
And here's Bairstow now. Oh, I tell you what, that was doing all sorts, but Slater, when he just about managed to control his push into the offside. That is the end of Johnny Bairstow's first over in first-class cricket since 2014, and the end. Nottinghamshire 148 for 1. They finished 125 runs in front, with Freddie McCann 30 off 86 deliveries, Ben Slater 74 from 145. It has now drawn to that inevitable conclusion, and I think they'll get 12 points apiece. Girdler.
Well, indeed, yes. Many thanks, Jonathan, for guiding us through the day. Same to you, Jamie. Very much enjoyed your company, your commentary. It's never the easiest of days when you know exactly what's going to happen. Sometimes we have that little bit of jeopardy in that this or that might happen. I think we all knew that it would be a day where we'd have to do a lot of talking about a lot of different things, but we got there with thanks to all our lovely listeners. It is 12 points apiece, as JD's just said, 8 each for the draw, both sides taking 4 bonus points, and Notts will just go back to the top of the table, but they just lead by a sliver over Surrey, just 2 points clear. Yorkshire wish you well in all your pursuits between now and the end of the season, and catching and overhauling those sides that are just above you. Just a little word to thank earlier in the contest, Josie Sangster coming to spend some time with us from the Harrow Discovery Centre, talk to us all about the very first Australian tour here. That book is Cricket Walkabout. That's out now. If you heard that and you're interested, it's called Cricket Walkabout. Thanks to Ben Slater, who won't hear us because he's down on the field just walking off, 74 not out. Very much enjoyed his company, and Kevin Howells, of course, running the ship as well for the first 3 days. He's popped down to Chelmsford today in search of a big story. Whether they'll get one or not, we'll find out later. But well done, Yorkshire. Thanks to all the Yorkshire supporters for being with us. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, the commentary, the live stream, and generally the whole team's efforts to bring you as best we could the coverage of this First Division game, which has ended in a draw, a hard-fought, hard-scoring draw on a used hybrid pitch with a Kookaburra ball. I just would echo a number of people getting in touch, do away with the Kookaburra, but that's not our decision to make. Jamie, thanks to you for coming along.
Very
much enjoyed your company and your commentary. Have you enjoyed your time here?
Very much so.
Reflections on what you've seen from your boys?
Yeah, it's been pleasing to see, at the very least, the resilience shown by Yorkshire to battle their way back into the game from that first innings lead that Nottinghamshire had built. Good to see Finlay Bean get his maiden double century. What an innings and what a knock that was from him. And some notable contributions from the likes of Matthew Revis as well. And hopefully there's a bit of form that they've picked up that they can carry into that, what feels like now a crucial game at York against Essex up next. But it's been a pleasure to be alongside you both here at Trent Bridge. Very much enjoyed my last few days.
If you set off now, you might be able to get to York on time for day 2 of the next match, which leads me to say, Yorkshire at York on Sunday against Essex. Vital match looming there, given what looks like inevitably a draw as well down at that place at Chelmsford. We'll keep tabs on that one until the end of the day's play, but it's looking very much that way. But yeah, enjoyable few days. Unfortunately, I think as we've all said many times, we kind of knew this was going to eventuate from pretty early on in the piece, and let's just play with the Dukes, eh?
Yeah. Echo that. Nice for both sides just to wait and shake hands with each other, and some entente cordiale down there with the umpires. Peter Moore's just out there having a little natter to Russell Warren. The ground staff already hard at work. They'll put Trent Bridge to bed until the next time. Hope you've enjoyed it, as I say, folks, and just keep supporting the County Championship. We love it, and hope you do too, from the entire team here at Trent Bridge. A very good night.